Thank you. We will indicate when the MEC and the entire entourage enters the hall, and we will do the protocol. We will all stand up, and it's either we can applaud the MEC, we can whistle, we can do whatever that shows appreciation. And then until they take their seats, then I will then request you to take your seats thereafter, and then I will hand over now the program officially to the program director of the day. I'm just going to allow them to settle as the hosting district director. Yes, in Motewa, in Seged 2, at Kahisho Technical School. Thank you very much, colleagues. Really, your cooperation will be highly appreciated. We have been reliably informed that this meeting will take almost plus or minus about 3 hours. Therefore, it is not really going to be that long. Yes, I'll just come over when we are just about to start. Thank you very much.
Jesus the King. Before the earth was formed, you are God. We bow before your throne, oh God, and we just want to give you praise tonight. We just want to give you praise. We cannot make it without you, and we cannot make it without your power. Jesus, if it wasn't of your love and your faithfulness to the cross, where would we be? Today we are able to stand and testify that your death was life unto us. Your pain was healing unto our bodies. That your tears, oh Lord, they were celebration and joy unto us. We thank you, oh God, that you are in this place tonight, and we are able to experience your presence, for you are a great God. Yes, you are. You are the substance of all human virtues. You're all wise and you're all knowing, all understanding. You can do anything and everything we cannot do. You are everything good that we would like to be. You're omnipotent. You're all powerful. You're omniscient. You're all knowing. You are omnipresent. You are present everywhere. And we know that you are present even in this arena. Oh God, we know that you are in this place, and we want to give you praise. All we can say is, Abba Father, thou art worthy to receive honor and glory. We bow before your throne, and we would like to give you praise. Everybody bow down and worship. Come on. Bow down and any other God to bow before. But because we tried you and we found you to be worthy of the praise. Oh God. You are an infallible God. You are immortal. You are spirit. You're the beginning and you are the end. Totally aware of yourself. You're the great I am. Totally moral, totally self-assertive. You're the essence of love. You're loving. We just want to bow before your throne and give you the praise. For you are worthy to receive the glory and the honor. We love you, Lord God. We ask you right now to let your fire come down. Consuming fire. Sweet perfume. Your awesome presence. Fill this place. For this is holy ground. It's holy ground. So come, consuming fire. Sweet perfume, oh God. Your awesome presence. Would you fill this place? For this is holy ground. It's holy, holy ground. So come and bow. Say for the last time, come on everybody. Consuming fire. Sweet perfume. Your awesome presence. Lord, you fill my life. For this is holy ground. It's holy ground. So come, yeah. Say for the last time, bow down and close your eyes. Oh yeah, oh yeah, Lela, Jesus, Wama, Hotla, oh yeah, Lela, oh yeah, Lela, Jesus, Wama, Hotla. Let me hear you. Come on, everybody.
outside,
praised.
if you can just tell them, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Colleagues, our principals, our second managers, if you can just assist those who are standing outside, if they can just come in as quickly as they can, so that we should be able to start with our program. Right? As I indicated, the MEC is already here, the HOD is already here, and all our seniors are already here. The program director for the day is already here. I will be handing over to him once we start today. Right? Chairperson.
Sharp. I get it, blah,
Laptop, but we got different laptops. So what a laptop? Share, but presenter from here.
Mamba tua.
Baba presenter. That have good screens.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are about to start. We are about to start. I just wanted to get everybody settled. All those who are standing at the back, we still have got enough space here. There are empty chairs. If you can move forward, we still have got empty chairs there that we can occupy. Ho na le ditulo tse re ka nnang ra tla re tlo dula ho tsona. Light e ka mokgwa e mfatlang ka teng. Fine, as we are beginning to start, because time is not on our side, I'm just waiting for the MEC to get in. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are now settled. Re tlo kopa ntate Modupi a be ready o tla re bulela mosebetsi ka thapelo ka morao ba re bine fela national anthem. O re ne re iphuthumatse a ne re emele moruti ka sefelanyana. O re neye o thabela diratang kaofela tatsuya ipet bana Re tshwere akere a no re batle re sa eme jwalo. I'm sure MEC o sa le teng, our MEC is already in the house. We will request that we start our session singing the national anthem. We will be led by the DJ, and we will join the DJ there. Can you give us the national anthem, DJ? Thank you very much. You may be seated. No, thank you very much. Bommele bontate ba ntseng ba eme morao mo, re na le ditulo in between. There are chairs. If there's an empty chair next to you, please just raise your hand so that just raise your hand where there are empty chairs so that people at the back can still join you there. There are enough chairs. We have got enough chairs there. O ska ba le setulo se sena motho le tsena tse tshweu tse apesitsweng dilakane le tla dula le tsona. Jana di apesitswe dilakane le kana la dula le tsona tsena. Thank you. Thank you. Re tlo kopa ntate Modupi o re etsetsa thapelo jwalo ka se re binne pila setjhaba. After singing the national anthem, we will also request that we open our session, inviting God to be in our presence as we will be deliberating in this meeting. Tate Modupi, re ka kopa o tle ka pele mongaka re tlo etsa thapelo khutshwanyana. O ka mo emisa ka sona sane hape mana utlwe se matla jwang.
Program Director, thank you very much for the opportunity, and allow me to invite those who are Christians like me, before we say a prayer, just to read from the Bible, Psalm 23 verse 1. It says, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." This is the word of God. Those who are Christians like me, let us close our eyes. Or if not, if you don't believe in closing the eyes, you can just bow for a moment of prayer. Ntate wa rona ya mahodimong, ntate wa rona ka lebaka la morena wa rona Jesu. Ke o seng ha letsatsi lena ntate ya lokileng. O santsane o bontshitse mohau maphelong a rona. Ke ka hona ha re tla qala hona jwale re reng Jehova ke modisa wa ka nkeke ka hloka letho. Modimo wa rona o tsohle maphelong a rona, e tswe maphelo a rona a tshwere ke wena. Ke ka hona ha re tsuile ka jeno re phahamisang le ho rorisa boholo ba hao hore o santsane o le modimo le maemong ana a tjena hona jwale o santsane o le modimo, mme lentsweng la hao le sa foseng o re tshepisitse hore o tla dula o le Modimo wa rona o keke wa re fetohela. Ke ena kopano Modimo wa rona e rerilweng ke wena ho tloha kgale. Ntate ya lokileng, ka ntle ho wena re ka sitwa ho tloha sebakeng sena. Kena le rona thapameng ena ya letsatsi la kajeno. Kena le rona kopanong ena. We invite you in this gathering. We invite your Holy Spirit to come and guide every happening that is going to happen in this occasion. Ntate wa rona ya lokileng, ke bana baetapele bao o ba beileng ho alosang mohlape wa hao. Ntate ya lokileng, e ba le bona thutong Modimo wa ka ya lokileng, ho fihlella dikolong mo o beileng baetapele teng. Re a rapela hoseng hona hore e ba le bona ntate wa ka ya lokileng, ba hlolele ka mehla yohle. We know that there are challenges on the way, but because we trust you, you are our shepherd, we will not want. Kena le rona ke hona Modimo mosebetsing mona, o etelle pele, o hlonolofatse. Mme re rata ho rapela hore moya o mobe wa tshitiso e bang o teng ka hare ho sebaka sena, re ema kgahlanong le ona in the name of Jesus. Kena le rona ntate, hlonolofatsa e mong le mong sebakeng sena, hlonolofatsa dibui tsohle tse tlang ho bua mona. Bula ditsebe tsa rona le mahlo a rona ho bona, o bo re fe matla ho ya phethahatsa Modimo wa ka seo re se utlwileng kajeno. Re o tshepile ntate hobane o modisa wa rona, mme ha re na le wena re keke ra hloka letho. We ask all this in the name of our Father, the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much, Ntate Mudupi. We appreciate the prayer, and we have invited God to be in our presence to guide us through the duration of this meeting. Bommele bontate, we are moving forward. I'm sure renani di program tsa rona mono re tshwere di program. All of us do have got our programs. We want to stick to the program as indicated. Akere ha re batle ntse re tsamaisa program, batho ba ntse ba tla ba tlo sebela program director o bo so kenya le mamang. Akere a utlwa kwana re etsa bo kae ka o thwe kenya le malome kona qetang ho fihla. So ha re tlo kenya ba malome ba qetang ho fihla, re tsamaya ka yena. So thank you very much. We are now on item number 3. Item 3, we are going to get the welcome remarks by the chairperson of the Provincial SGB Council, Ntate Constable Selebedi, ke ena chairperson ya di SGB tsa rona ka hara Freistata. Re mo fe matsoho ha tla ka pele.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Also the Chief Director, Ntate Mkho. Re ke tekile dumedise kaofela the members of the SGB. And let me start first by acknowledging the opportunity presented by the MEC, Dr. Maboya, supported by the head of administration, Advocate Malakwani, and all the members of the provincial department. We really are humbled by the efforts that the MEC has created so far I was indicating earlier when we were doing our brief with the MEC that she is the first MEC to have ever convened SGB so many times after her election into the office. There's been many sessions where the provincial department under Dr. Maboya has been convening SGBs. It shows that she's indeed fighting and trying her level best to assist the SGBs to understand their important role in ensuring that we stabilize the sector throughout the entire province. I would also like to appreciate the presence of the district council, Moteo District Council. I saw they came out in numbers today to really bless this occasion that is happening in their district. You will realize that we are going to roll out this program in ensuring that the MEC interface with all the SGBs and the communities that matters in the sector. Tomorrow we're starting with Fezile Dabi, where the MEC will also be talking to the parents of the communities in various towns in Fezile Dabi. I wanted to take this opportunity on behalf of the council to welcome every one of you here. We thank you, Principal Tatem Tosh, and the chairperson of the SGB of Kagiso, with the preparations and giving us this accommodation. We know that we were supposed to have convened at Vista, but due to some logistics, we could not. That's why the numbers had to be cut. And we are also extending or apologizing for any miscommunication that might have caused any inconvenience. We are here today as we start with the journey, understanding that SGBs become central in the livelihood of every community. The schools are a property of every community. The SGBs are elected or entrusted with an opportunity in shaping the future of the country through creation of an enabling environment for teaching and learning. And we would really like to invite all the SGBs in the coming 3 years, as we will be reshaping the province, but also injecting further into what has already been done by our predecessors. But by going back and understanding our roles as the SGBs. As I indicated, that schools are a property of a community. Schools are not governed by chairpersons. Schools are not governed by the principals. Schools are not governed by SGB associations. But schools are governed by the governing body that forms part of the community in ensuring we build these assets that are our kids. And as the MEC start rolling out this program, we also need to start taking our correct space as the SGBs in various schools by working together as the body, not as individuals, by working together as the body in contributing towards teaching and learning. So I just wanted to say that as we start with our term, to set the tone on how should we then start redefining ourselves and taking the responsibility as the SGB collectively. And thank you once more, MEC, for these opportunities that you are creating for us. We are here as the council to advise you on all the issues that you have already outlined in your budget vote for the next coming 5 years. In achieving those pillars, it is our responsibility, compelled and obliged by SASSA Act and the amendments that had just been made on BELA, in ensuring that we execute our legislated responsibility. And with those few words, Chief Director, every one of you governors is welcomed. Relax and know that we still have a long journey for the next coming 3 years in ensuring that we build better assets from the province. Thank you very much.
Relawile Modulastulo, thank you very much to the provincial chairperson, Modulastulo wa the SGB, Kara province, chairperson of the provincial SGB council. We really appreciate your welcome remarks, and I'm sure all of us are now settled. We have been welcomed by the provincial SGB council. Let me also quickly take the opportunity before I get to the purpose, just to quickly acknowledge the presence of all the officials from the Free State Department of Education who are here, both from the province and the districts. But once we say from the Department of Education, it includes everybody, whether the person is from the district or the province. The entourage from the Free State Department of Education is led by the head of the Department of Education, who is leading the entourage. He is Advocate Tshwarelo Malakwane. I will request the HOD just to wave, rise and wave. That is our head of the department. For those who may have not met him, he is the person responsible for the administration in the Free State Department of Education. We also have in our midst the acting Deputy Director General, the acting Deputy Director General, Ntate Johannes Tladi, re tla kopa Ntate Johannes a eme le mmone. Ke Ntate Johannes bolong mane bana ba mo bitsa bobo. And we also have in our midst the acting Chief Director for Finance or for Budget Planning, Me Ntlabezo. I'll request Me Ntlabezo le ena le mmone. Ke Me Ntlabezo. We will not be able to introduce all of them, there are many, but allow me just to say we also have got the Chief Director, Ntate Ramueletsi was seated here, I'm not so sure, he's okay, Ntate Ramueletsi is the Chief Director responsible for human resources in the province. Ntate Ramueletsi. Then we have got our directors all our directors from the districts, they are also here. Renane Mme Zonke. Mme Zonke ki district director ya Lejwe-Liputso. She's from Lejwe-Liputso. She's part of us here. And then we have got Ndate Moloi, who is known here, the district director ya Motheo. Ne re dumelane le ena hore a apare sutu e tshweu hobane e kgona ho etsa mang. Jwale wa bona sutu e ntsho bo sheba le sepatle mona. Jwale o ka ipotsa ha o ka kopana bosiu le motho a apere sutu e tshweu a le motho jwale o ka etsahalang. Jwale ha nka instruction o ra kenye sutu e tshweu bane ke batla le kgone mo bona hantle mona. Jwale bothata le fane be ba moloi. Renane le mme Zandile Qwati ke director a rona le ena mme Zandile Qwati ke ena mono mme batho ba o bona. Re be le our acting director for infrastructure Dr. Thabiso Monyane ke ena yeno mo. Jwale tlapeng ya Orlando Pirates o na le motho a go bitswang Thabiso Monyane o na ntse a ipitsa Godfrey after a bone mothane a ba re a bitse a sa hlola a bitswa Godfrey a bitswe Thabiso o bana bona Thabiso ba pallang Orlando Pirates o thwe ke Thabiso Monyane. Ke Mr. Monyane, Dr. Monyane is our acting director for infrastructure. And all our colleagues, the list is long. All other officials who are here just to rise so that we acknowledge you. I will not be able to call all of you. If you can just rise, so that the community must know you. Thank you very much. Kharipi Pilegeta Poso. Kharipi is also represented. Tate Leslie Mukoni and Tate Magwa. Hachona Obatem, but Tate Leslie Mukoni is here on behalf of Tate Magwa. Actually, in here we have got the SGBs from 3 districts. We have got SGB members from Motheo Education District, SGB members from Qarib Education District. We also have got SGB members from some of the circuits in Lejwe-Liputso, circuits that are closer to Bloemfontein, or the municipalities closer to Bloemfontein. In Lejwe-Liputso, we have got SGB members from Tswelopele and Tokologo, as well as Masilonyana. Those are the SGB members who are here from Lejwe-Liputso. So all SGB members from those 3 districts mentioned, we really appreciate your presence. The chairperson has already acknowledged your presence, and you have all been welcomed, including all the leaders of the SGB federations who are here. You are all welcomed. Now, the purpose of this meeting, When you look at your program, it's written there, SGB Imbizo. Now, this is the program of the Honorable MEC, who will be introduced in a few moments. It is her program. She initiated this program. The chairperson has already indicated that this is the beginning. Throughout the month of October, the MEC will be out meeting with the communities, meeting with the SGBs. So it is her program, and that is why we have got 3 districts gathered here. Part of Lejweli-Putswa. Part of Lejweli-Putswa will be joining Fezile Dabi when the MEC goes to Fezile Dabi, and then we'll be going to Thabo Mfutsanyana. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of this meeting here, or this gathering here, is indicated. 1, it is to allow the MEC to share her vision with all SGB members. The MEC had a roadshow with the principals, where she met with principals and all officials of the Free State Department of Education. And she then thought it wise that it is important to meet with the very important people in education. And the most important people in education are our governors, Bembadikolo. In other words, permission from the chairperson of the SGB, because Kelona Bembadikolo, education e ka sebe teng without you as the parents, as SGB members. Now the MEC is here to share her vision and to rally support from all our SGB members to support the vision of the Free State Department of Education, but also to align all your activities and initiatives towards attaining the vision that the MEC will share this morning with all of us. So it means everything that we are going to do in our schools must be geared towards the realization of that vision, which the MEC will be sharing with you today. That is the first purpose and objective of this meeting, and which is the most important one. The most important one. And that is why we really want you to listen attentively as the MEC will be sharing a vision. The second objective, when you read the South African Schools Act, especially Section 20, subsection A of the South African Schools Act, it says there, the SGB is expected to promote the best interest of the school and strive to ensure its development through the provision of quality education for all learners at the school. Now, that is why we are here. We want the SGB to understand their role in striving towards the development of our schools, but also through the provision of quality education. How best you can support our children, our learners in all our schools. The support that you need to give to our children. What is your role as SGBs? So you'll get that through the presentations that are going to be shared here. The third objective is also where we really want the SGBs to understand their role in creating a safe environment for teaching and learning in our schools. You know, we have got challenges of violence, challenges of gangsterism. Now, we want the SGBs to take active participation in creating an environment that is conducive to teaching and learning. Because teaching and learning would not thrive if the environment is not conducive. So that is the third one. Now the fourth objective is in line with Section 21 of the South African Schools Act, subsection A. And that subsection A says, it is the responsibility of the SGB to maintain and improve schools' property and buildings and grounds occupied by the school. Now today, we'll also talk about your role as SGB in maintaining and improving school property and the buildings, the infrastructure, because in terms of that section, you are responsible for the buildings. It is your responsibility. So you can realize that you are very important as SGB members. Then the other objective that we also want us to realize through this meeting, it is your role, the role that you are going to play in cascading, sharing the information as far as the Bella Act is concerned. We all know that we now have got a new act, the Basic Education Laws Amendment Act. Now, the Basic Education Laws Amendment Act, which amends some clauses of the South African Schools Act. Now, the SGB, the custodians of the South African Schools Act. Because the SGB, the South African Schools Act, ibuaka SGB fela. When you read that act, it's about the SGB. Now, we'd also want you to understand your role, the role that you needed to play in making all other community members and parents aware of the implications of the Bella Act, the Basic Education Laws Amendment Act. Lastly, we also want the SGBs to understand their role and help us to deal with the inefficiencies that are there in the system in our schools. Because you have got a role to play as SGBs. Now, we need to have the same understanding. What is our role in eliminating or reducing the inefficiencies in all our schools? So that is the purpose of our meeting here today. More tlameleng gore re be le that understanding, more tlameleng re utlwele maikutlo a di SGB tsa rona, where we align ourselves with what will be shared this morning to all of us. Now that is the purpose ya rona, the objective tsa rona. Ya gola di tsiletse tse ke itseng re tlamele re di fihlelle ka meeting ona wa kajeno. Gore mono wa MEC ko fe the vision karolo e re tlameleng re bapale ke efe ho ntlafatsa teaching and learning ka hara dikolo tsa rona hobane section 20 e re ke rona re tlameleng re promote teaching and learning. You must provide high quality teaching and learning in our schools. Ke lona ba tlameleng ba tle mo. And when you read it further, even section 21 e reng ke lona ba determinang le curriculum ya sekolo gore bana ba tlamehile ba rutwe curriculum efe ka hara dikolo tsa rona. So the MEC will be talking to all those issues. So we are here go tlo fana ka ditaba tseno tse seng re di buile tse ileng re tlo kopa gore all SGB members must listen attentively and participate in the discussions. Now, after the presentation kapa speech sa MEC, ho tla be ho tlo ba le di presentations. Now, The presentations tsa lona le tla di fumana di founung tsa lona ba tshwereng di smartphone empa ke tla hlalosa I'll explain how you are going to access the presentations. But for now, because we don't want you to be distracted from listening to the MEC, we'll only explain before we get into the presentations how you can access the presentations. As presenters will be going through their presentation, you'll be able to follow the presentations from your gadget. But we'll do so only after MEC has qetile ho bua, because we don't want to distract you from the main reason why we are here. And the main reason why we are here, it is to understand and to rally everybody behind the vision of our honorable MEC. Me ke nahana ka bokgutshwanyane ke lekile ho hlalosa mabaka or the purpose why we are here. Now at this point, I'm going to call upon the head of the Department of Education, Advocate Malakwane, to do his remarks and immediately present the MEC to us. Let's welcome Advocate Malakwane.
Thank you very much, Program Director Ntate Mokgobo. In the interest of time, let me say that protocol has been established so that we actually become time sensitive. My job is ideally to introduce the MEC, but also make short reflections on the role of parents in the education of their children. Let me first proclaim kahore, the parent is the universal teacher of the child. Basotho ba re mokgwa o tswa ntlokgolo o ya ntlwaneng. It means rona ha re fumana ngwana at school level, re fumana ngwana e leng hore o sa betluwe hore ha fihla sekolong, the child must best represent the values that they would have been raised with at home. But we are in loco parentis, re emetse batswadi sekolong. Ho tjho hore le rona re batswadi ha motswadi a qeta ho siya ngwana. From the time the child is born, the first thing that the child knows is their parent. That's why I was saying the parent is the universal teacher of the child. So the parent stands as a role model of the child. And as the child comes to school, the parent's role does not stop at the school gate. Ke ne ke bua ka tlung ke kgalemela MEC after 1 week ya di school holidays. Utlwe mme a re bana ba sokodisa e ka ba dikolo di bulwa neneng. Meaning which parents must not rush to defer their responsibility to the school. Parents must be the extension of the school away from the school itself. That's why I'm saying they are role models and universal teachers of their children. Parents need to provide a better environment. Basotho ba re marabe o jwa ke bana. It means we must actually give our children the best environment at home to excel and be able to study without hindrance. So we must provide better home environment for children to flourish, because the home environment must be conducive for children to study, and we should also be able to monitor their schoolwork. Then there is also a big problem, and I don't know why it's a problem, where we request parents to be involved in the schoolwork of their children. I've seen many parents who may not have decent education, degrees and all that, but they have given birth to excellent children who have become members of the society. The mere fact that the parent can ask the child, now it is the time for you to study, let me see your schoolwork. That may not be an intrinsic evaluation of what the child does, but the interest that the parent has in the outcomes of the children goes a long way in ensuring that it strengthens the hand of the teacher, it also strengthens the hand of the school. The other thing is a concept that I call collaboration. We need constant communication with teachers. Our teachers are always available to talk to the parents. So it is crucial for parents to communicate with teachers, to remain engaged in their child's education. Through open communication and collaboration, parents and teachers create important opportunities for learners to develop social, emotional, and academic skills. We know that in most cases, all is well that is well when there is no complaint about your child. That is not enough, because most of us, we only go to school when the child has failed. We need to be constant friends of the school. And at least parents must have walked the grounds of the school. While many parents find it challenging to fully engage in their child's education, research constantly highlights the significance of parental involvement. So, Skari, when you may not have the requisite education to be able to make out the level of, or even the cognitive level of your child, be involved as the child, as the parent. We also need to create, our homes must be a haven for learning. Parents don't need to learn, but they also need, if you can't even read, let the children read for you, so that I would say you galvanize the culture of learning and teaching. And there is one thing in children that I've noticed, they all need to be affirmed. Positive messages, encouragement, because children require constant encouragement to perform well in their studies. The parents should motivate their children by telling them they are able and can achieve anything in life if they put their mind and effort to it. Many teachers encourage parents to go over what their young children are learning in a non-pressured way. I must also focus on the positive. MEC, the critical and essential element of our successful outcomes in matric results is the involvement of their parents. We know parents of this province go an extra mile. We know some even sleep with the learners. They cook for the learners. Parents, they do regular patrols around our camps. They even have shifts to ensure that our learners are safe, in ensuring that they are able to focus strictly on learning. Other attributes that I will just mention in passing can be summarized in one word: invest in education as parents. Investment does not need money. Investment needs a parent who's always there. And for most learners, that is all that matters. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my singular honor to acknowledge the contribution of our MEC. She has actually plied her trade fully in the education ecosystem. She has actually become who she is today by taking education as the most important tool to change the triple burden of unemployment, inequalities, and poverty that is ravaging our communities. With the new narrative, the new objectives that the MEC has brought into this department, I believe that was destined for bigger things to come. She is no stranger to the ecosystem. In fact, for her, it's almost like a second homecoming. She was once in this department, still in education at a different level, coming back as our mother, our vanguard, and ensuring that she steers the ship even to greater heights. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the MEC for Education in the Free State Province. May we all rise as we receive MEC Dr. Mamiki Mabuya to address us. Just 1 minute. Balance. Ke re batho ska ba ba o recorda ha o bua. Ka sa go le phetela dintho tse siyo. Thank you very much. Setjhaba sa heso ke nahana re tlile komeng re tlile gotla. Ke ne ke kopa hore ke a tseba hangata ha MEC a tla bua re tla be re mo recorda ke kopano ena ke kopano ya ka lapeng se re di buang mona re tla be re di be molatsa ka lapeng ke a le kopa hle ne re kopa ro ska bana le motho e leng hore o recorda MEC ha bua obane ntho se re di buang mona ha re batho di fumana di platformong se re ne sa tlameha ho ba teng mona re lokisa thuto ya bana ba rona ebile re hlompha boetapele ba di SGB tsa rona ke a le kopa batho ba yeso no recording of the proceedings and any dissemination of this information will be deemed to have been unauthorized. Thank you very much. MEC, you may address us.
Thank you, Program Director, to the HOD of the Free State Department of Education, Dade Malakwani, to our senior managers from the Free State Department of Education, district directors and their teams, chairperson of the Provincial SGB Council, school governing body members. I actually want to say the board of directors who are here from the 3 districts. Can I just hear if you are here? Eita Harib Eita? Eita Mangawung Eita? Eita Lejwele Putswa Eita? The principal of the school, ladies and gentlemen, dumelang bagaetsho kgotsong, good morning, goeiemôre, molweni. Allow me to start off by saying Happy Teachers Month to our teachers, our nation builders, and to our National Teaching Awards winner in the special needs teaching category, Date Tisetso Chaka, who is not necessarily here, but I think we need to acknowledge him, from Tibulua in Kwakwa. Program Director, it is with immense pride and gratitude that I stand before you today on this momentous occasion, the SGB Imbizo. Let me once again congratulate you on your appointment as members of SGBs in your respective schools. I wish you well as individuals and as collective in this journey. In addition to your knowledge and experience in matters of governance, I'm certain that you will leverage on your passion for education, your love for our children, to ensure that we build a better future for our children and for our communities. We strongly believe that it takes a village to raise a child, and that functional SGBs have the power of mobilizing villages to come together to raise not just individual learners, but to elevate the entire community. That's how powerful you are. Program Director, as we convene here today, it is imperative that we reflect on the words of revolutionaries such as Mam Charlotte Maxeke, who once said, I quote, "This work is not for yourselves. Kill that spirit of self and do not live about your people, but live with them. If you can rise, bring someone with you." Close quotes. As the Free State Department of Education, together with our stakeholders, including your good selves, we strive to heed these words and commit to making sure that as we raise the bar, we leave no child behind, rising with every learner, as it were. I'm appealing to all of you, let us put our learners first. Our learners are the reason for our existence. Had it not been of them, we wouldn't be occupying the positions that we are occupying. Can we commit to making sure that we come last, we become selfless, and we put our learners first in everything that we do? And I'm not talking only about grade 12s, but all learners from primary schools to high schools. This represents the spirit of Ubuntu, the philosophy that we are because of each other. Program Director, my first 100 days program wouldn't be complete without sharing my vision with this important stakeholder and the role it needs to play in terms of realizing my vision. I'm here not only to share with you my vision, but also to ensure that you understand what your role is in terms of making this vision to be realized, to be a reality. As the Free State Department of Education, we envision to provide education that is of high quality, education that is inclusive, and education that is responsive. Now, the logical question would then be, what is your role beyond just meetings that you attend, beyond just passing the budget of the school, beyond just recruiting teachers at your schools? What is your role? Ours is to ensure that our schools are functional. They become bridges to opportunities that will help break the cycle of poverty and inequalities. What do we mean by education of highest quality, and what is your role in that regard? We need to ensure that we cannot just expect quality results. Quality results go with quality teaching and learning. Quality teaching and learning goes with quality teachers. So as we do the recruitment of teachers, can we stop this tendency of just putting ourselves first? You know what we call nepotism, right? Can we put ourselves and our families last and put our learners first? Let's make sure that as we recruit, we get the best teachers to go into our schools, because it is the best teachers who will then ensure that there's best teaching and learning in schools, and automatically best results will be guaranteed. Are we together? Very simple. This does not come automatically, it comes by design. You have to make sure that you recruit the right people. Right now, our government is talking about building the capacity of the state, building a professional, ethical state, and making sure that we recruit the right people into the right positions. As you will be ensuring high quality of teaching and learning, you must also make sure that the reports that you get quarterly from the principals, you also zoom into the quality of results that you are given. If a school says we have produced 100%, you must go further and say how many level 7s, how many level 6s, how many level 5s do we have? And not just be complacent if you are 100%. 100% represents quantity. Now here we are talking about quality. And what is important about quality is that once we produce quality results in our schools, then it is guaranteed that those learners will get placement at universities, placements at TVET colleges, and they will be able ultimately to get employment. Now that does not come automatically. Your role is also to influence the type of curriculum that is offered at your schools. We determine the curriculum of the school. Now, if we continue with a situation where 80% of our learners are offering maths lit, subject maths lit. Maths lit ha ona mo e re isang teng as a nation. Maths lit bana ba rona ba tlo dula ba ntse ba le strateng ho ntso thwe ba unemployed empa ba tswa varsity. Jwale scala contributing with the problem that we have, because the problem that we are sitting with hona jwale ha e sa le fela problem ya unemployment, e se le problem ya unemployability. Hobane re dumeletse curriculum tse etsang hore bana ba rona ba etse traditional subjects. Akere the world hona jwale e batla di operators tsa di machine, e batla di technicians, akere e batla the engineers, ha o jwalo e batla batho ba lo lema, because Free State, for instance, the biggest sector into our contributing to our economy ke agriculture. Can you challenge your school hore ba introduce body subjects about agriculture for a change? Can we challenge our schools hore di ke di introduce a little bit of more maths and more science, because the STEM subjects are the subjects tse re reng di batluwa ke the economy of the country. Just a second. Wabona, because I did these traditional subjects, that's why I'm even battling with my gadget. Now your role as the SGB should be bigger than what we are currently doing. I want you to be a different crop, yeah, the SGBs. The SGBs say no, they are vigilant. Di batla ho bona re breakile the cycle of poverty. Re thusitse government ya rona to create jobs, akere? Right. And I'm not only talking about the learning or teaching that takes place at high schools, also at the level of primary schools. You must be worried, because as a country, re a tsebahala hore our children cannot read for understanding. Le a tseba taba eo? Le a tseba akere? So as SGBs, that must worry you. You must begin to say to your school, what are the programs that are there? Moli thusang bana hore ba tsebe ho bala for understanding, for meaning. You must be worried and say, the input ya rona into quality teaching and learning will also be alongside issues about LTSM. What type of textbooks are we? Is every child having a textbook? Is every child having that set, the graded readers, ko tlase ko primary, because bana ha ba no tseba ho bala automatically ba tlameile ba be le text ntho e bitswang pampiri e ngotsweng ba kgone ho bala. I was even saying, I can't remember where it was, HOD, where I was saying that the unfortunate part with the learners that we are dealing with now is that ha ba tshwane le rona we were very fortunate, even if le ha e ka ba o no sena buka hae, but ha ntho sekolong hae ho na le dikuranta. Le a wa ga o sana dikuranta? Le a wa hore ho na le malapa a mang a ileng hore ha ona le bebele ka tlung. So I want to they are highly disadvantaged. So as SGBs, ke kopa le nthuse, go and push hore dikolo di rekele bana dibuka. Now, one thing maybe ele kan checkela yona nna la nthusa in this journey, ke ya hore le tsebe hore bana ha ba fuwa dibuka, ha ba fuwe buka e le nngwe ya ho bala. It's a set. That's why di bitswa di graded readers. Degraded because dia ho ya ka level ya reading, right? So make sure that in your school la bona ho bana ba fuwe a pack ya graded readers. The other thing that you need to do in terms of promoting high quality of teaching and learning is to ensure that the priorities tsa ko dikolong ha di be skewed. Priorities are skewed ke tsena tsa hore ha hona lab, ha hona anything, ha hona dibuka tsa ho bala, but be re tlo kenya di carport. La utlwa ke? Can you please prioritize our learners? Prioritize teaching and learning. Ha di donors di tla mothare ke batla ho thusa sekolo sena, ba o botsa principal mo kapa ba botsa yona SGB ne le tla rata ha re le etsetsang. SGB e dumelana le principal hore re kenyetse di carport. Empa kana go sekolo se hloka library, sekolo ha sena IT laboratory and so on. Ke a kgola la utlwa ntho ke bua ne. Let's make sure that the priorities tsa rona vele ba di priorities tse prioritize and teaching and learning. That was in terms of teaching and learning. And your responsibility as well as SGPs is to mobilize resources. You must mobilize resources. Le mobilize le di donors, the alumni. But ba neng ba kena dikolong tsa lona gale. I was in Morocco on Friday. The alumni tsa Morocco, the class of 1973, ba renovate le hostel. How kaya mole, that hostel is a state-of-the-art hostel. So I'm saying, as SGBs, it's also part of your responsibility to make sure that le mobilize the resources, le mobilize the communities, they support all the time. I spoke about education that is inclusive. Education that is inclusive is education that addresses the issue of access and equity. I can't keep with quality. Now I'm talking access and your interest must be to make sure that the policies that you develop, kodikolo, ke policy e promoting inclusivity. Your policies must be policies tse leng hore ha di marginalize the poor. Don't marginalize the poor. Make sure that the policies tsa lona are policies tse are treating bana as a homogeneous group. Bana ha ba tshwane. Le ka hara classroom, the teaching must be in such a way that it is differentiated because bana ha ba lene ka tsela e tshwanang. Inclusive education, ki inclusive education e tla hlokomela hore bana bana le ntho tse re di bitsang ka hore ke di learning barriers. Ba kgona hore ba identify nako e sa le teng, ba kgona hore ba thusehe. That is education that is inclusive. And that education that is inclusive, re tla e bona ka hore sekolo sa hao as SGB o ba botse hore na le se le applies ntho tse bitswang di concessions and accommodations. Concessions and accommodations ke application e tlo re ngwana ga ngola tlhatlhobo as a belief tsebang hore o na le bothata ba mahlo. Therefore, question paper ya hae e se ke ya tshwana le bana ba bang, e be ya mongolo o moholo. Le nkutlwa ke re? The school must apply for that. The school must apply hore bana ba sa utlwing hantle ditsebeng ba kgone hore ba thole assistive devices. Sekolo se tlamehile hore se implemente policy e bitswang see us. Ha ke tlo e bua nako e telele, ha le ka e ngola fela see us. SIAS. Policy eo ke a liberating and a very transformative policy. Ke kopa le shebe because ke policy e reng bana ba rona ha ba tshwane, therefore ha re ba feng the necessary support. CS eo e emetse screening, identification, assessment and support. Re bona yetsa hala bana ba lo ngola matric, le tla bona ha ba etsa dintho tsa exam readiness if there's a presentation in that regard. Le tla bona hore ka khola re apply tse bana ba 2000 and something. Bana bao ba tlo thuseya ha ba ngola because le ha ba ngola ha bana ba ngola for 3 hours, bona re ba ngodisa maybe for 4 hours. Re utlwana ke re? Jwale ke le fa di phiri tsa education. Ke batla le tswa mo be le di expert ne. But I must also assure you hore this is not the last time. Re tlo dula ntse re kopana because ke batla ho le bona le a different crop ya di SGBs. We also have under inclusive education issue ya school safety. If go sena safety ko sekolong, it means maphelo a bana ba bang ga free, bana ba banana ha ba kgone hore ba ka tla di-classing freely hobane ba dula ba tshwile ka baka la ntho tsena tsa bo gender-based violence, ka ditaba tsa bo di-bullying, jwalo akere. So these are the things tse tshwantseng lona ha le di SGBs le di tonele mahlo hore na skolo le na le policy na ya ho dila ka school safety. Skolo a le na le policy, ha re dule mfatshe a le na le policy ya hore na girl learners re ba protecta jwang and so on. So that bana ba rona, the vulnerable groups ba kgone ho ithuta in safe environments. There's another one e ke batlang ho bua ka yona mona ya bomme, our informal traders ba ba rekisang ko dikolong. La tseba hore that thing it's a ticking time bomb. Recently ho ile ha ba le batho ba ba tshwaruwang mona mo Mangaung ba tlisa consignment ya di drugs. Di drugs tseo ne sentse di labels hore di ya dikolong di feng. Are you aware of that one? So I'm saying school safety, can it be our responsibility? Responsibility ya rona ha e ska ba one sided, ga sheba fela man mo re hirang mo re letsang katara ha re ye le mona mo le nthatanyana re lo kena teng. Bomme bao ba di informal traders, HOD, strategy sa rona sa school safety, we also have to factor in taba hore they must be vetted. Reduce time bomb because bana ba ka fuwa chefu sekolong. It's already happening in other provinces. Because rona re butse menyako too much. We are too liberal. So we need to do that ntate. We need to make sure that re factora ini ha re etsa search and seizures ko dikolong for bana le bomme bao le bona. We need to check ona dijo tse ba di rekisetsang bana ba rona ke dijo tse hantle na. Ho sona le di cake tsena le ba di bitsang muffin what? Space muffin. My sister is almost 73 years of age. Last year, o bona mo ngotsweng di muffins di a rekiswa jareteng yeng. Ke o wa lo reka di muffins tseo. Ha e sa la robala. But do you see the danger? These are the things that tshwantseng re be vigilant around tsona. Ke buile ka education e responsive. Education e responsive Education e ke reng le nthuse re drive e leng vision ya rona amongst others ke education e responsive. Ke education e arabelang ditlhoko tsa economy. Ditlhoko tsa economy re qala re di arabella ho ya ka the type of a curriculum that we offer. Se ke buile ka yona hore re na le ntho e bitswang 3-stream model mo e leng hore fa bana academic type of a curriculum, engwe is a vocational one, engwe is a technical one. Ke kopa hore dikolo tsa lona di tsamaye di le tsona le ke le etse le diversify the offerings tse le di fang bana hore bana ba rona ba se ke ba iphumana ba pasitse bana le di honors empa ba tsamaya kantle ba sena mesebetsi ba tsamaya kantle ha so bane ha ba ruteha is because thuto ya bona is a bit irrelevant to what is needed in the economy. Se ke boletse hore the job market e batla batho ba jwang akere. Job market se kenela thetswa ke bana ene le fitise molaetsa le o batswadi ba tletlela ka diteme human resource development and what jo le tshole ga jwale ngwanona wa ruteha jwale e reng ke le jwetse sephiri terene ya human resource e tletse. There's just oversupply but the HR practitioners ga utlwana ke. You might not like what I'm saying. Mohlomong wana ha o investile, o entse HR, o entse marketing, ke kopa o le tsebisa le ho re ipeng hantle hore dintho tseo ha e sa le tse batluwang haholo marakeng. Re be re rwa ka mmuso, ge mmuso ona ha o fe bana ba rona mosebetsi. Mesebetsi iteng but ha se ya HR, ha se ya marketing, ha se ya tse dinking hana tse mabitso a mnate. Ho so batluwa di data analytics what hona jwala kere ene ba di rata mos di ntotse ha ba kene mo nthong tsa technology because that's where mosebetsi o leng teng re utlwana kere. Program director, the vision that I've just outlined, ebuanka education of high quality, education that is inclusive, education that is responsive. If it's supported by our SGBs, it will reinforce our belief that every child, no matter where they come from or what their circumstances are, deserves the chance to reach their full potential. If we all agree that we are going to support this type of education, definitely it will go a long way in ensuring that one potential high eba realized. Ko pa o dule fatshe ntate ke tlo bala quotation ke kopa o dule fatshe ntate. Ke batla ba tsamaye ka this quotation. Now, what I've just said resonates with what Paulo Freire was a Brazilian educator and philosopher. What he said in his book called Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Ha Paulo Freire in that book, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, I quote, washing one's hands of the conflict between the powerful and the powerless means to side with the powerful, not to be neutral, close quotes. I'm challenging you. You must be on the side of the powerless. And who are the powerless? The powerless are the learners and their parents. So forever, Harry committing to say we will be on the side of the powerless, because if we do nothing about it, don't think you are neutral. How neutral? You are actually siding with the powerful. In the wake of the budget cuts, I can't say the budget cuts. But that about presentela batho ba ka di budget cuts because he said they must include it so that we allay your fears. But the budget cuts, we must understand them in the broader context. Akere taba pele ha ona mesebetsi ka hara country. Ha o sena mesebetsi, government hore e be e re fe budget, it depends amongst others mo taxing e patalwang ke batho ba sebetsang. Ha batho ba sa sebetse, it means the tax base ya government e ba tlase. Akere ra utlwisisa? Ha batho ba sa sebetse, it means contribution ya bona ho tax e ba tlase. Therefore, government e ba forced hore e cut the budget. Simple. Now, the thing entse bua mona ko meeting ya hore Department of Education is in trouble, hona le di red flags, the budget cuts, they affect all government departments. In fact, maybe we might even say all the sectors, let's say in government sectors, simply because the budget, the fiscus, your country, it has shrunk. It has shrunk. Now, if budget is a class, allocation to each department, it will be reduced. Now, how do we, in the circumstances, fasten the belt? Because the reality is that services must be delivered. Children must be taught. So in the wake of the budget pressures that we are currently facing, it has become important to also look at how we can do more with the little that we have. Efficiency. Efficiency, e bolela hore na o ka etsa ka bonyane bo o nang le bona wa etsa ho hoholo. This is what you should be seized with, amongst other things. Ditjhelete ha diyo, ha o bona le ekare ho tla ba le any new money. We have to live with what we have. Now, what we need to do is to make sure that the little that we have, stretcher, more. That is what we call by efficiency. That is what we mean by efficiency. The AGSA, Auditor General, has flagged a number of areas where there are a lot of wastages. Ntate mokgobo o buile ka di inefficiencies. Ka Sotho se bonolo. Ke di wastages, ke di tshenyo tse teng ka hara dikolo. Not only ka hara dikolo, le rona kaofela in the system, especially with transfers to schools. Ke a tseba ke tlo bua ka ntho tse le sa di rateng, but we have to talk about them. Hona le transfer tse yang dikolong tse coverang certain areas. I want to implore you to be vigilant around these issues as you do your oversight. Ha le etsa mosebetsi wa lona wa governance, ke batla le tone mahlo in these areas. Find ways of ensuring that we buy in bulk to realize what we call the economies of scale. Ke tlo letsa mohlala o simple ka buying in bulk. Dikolo ke tsena 1, 2, 3, 4. Di hloleha fela hore di ikopanye le dire rona ha re lo reka ha re sa batla hore re nne re batla mathini a 6 ya tlhapi, mathini a 4 a tlhapi. Re lo reka mathini a 1,000. In that way, ha eba le thini la tlhapi le ja 15 rand, if you buy in bulk, le thini la tlhapi le kana la ja 12 rand. La utlwa ntho e ke buang? Go and instill that culture at your schools. Buy in bulk, because buying in bulk can save you money. Tšhelete o no e fuwe ya sekolo e ka kgona hore ebile e o stretche e kgona ho fepa le bana ba tlang di extra classes. Re na le pressure, re phuta batswadi under pressure because tla bentse re ba patalle di camp ba patalle eng, when we could have actually realized some savings by working smart. Ra utlwana ke mara ka ga le dumele mohlomong Ha ke le hata di-cons buang. And I ke tlo di hatoa di-cons. Because I want you to be a different crop of SGBs. Learning and teaching support material, body textbook, body stationery. Ha di rekwe ka mokgwa o di tlamehang ho rekwa ka ona. Ka lebaka leo, re ba le problem ya hore bana ba rona ba tla dula ba sa tsebe ho bala ha ba sa rekelwe dibuka. Bana ba rona ha ba no tseba ho ngola hobane ha ona stationery. Se re fella hara nako. The textbook ha bana tsona, therefore ha ba no kgona ho bala. Empa ha re ka reka ka bulk, re ka reka more with the little that we have. The same with school nutrition. Auditor General o ile sampling ya dikolo tse itseng ka hara Kgaripi, ka hara Lejweleputswa le ka hara Motheo. Ha ke soka ke re ha ya ho tse ding. Ke bua le lona because ke lona o ile di sample schools tsa lona. Ha fitla dikolong tseo o fumane hore the menu o prescribilweng ha fitla sekolong seo bana ha ba je the prescribed menu. O fumana hore mo eleng hore bana ba ne ba tlameha hore ba je tlhapi, tinned fish. Tinned fish e tshetswe metsi e se le sopho ya tlhapi. All right. Jwale, ntwene ke tla o jwetsa yona. I wouldn't mind to ja tlhapi, sopo ya tlhapi. Nna, I wouldn't mind because sekele moholo wa bona. Now, menu o ha wa etsuwa ka bothoto. O entswe hore o be nutritional for the physical and mental development ya bana. Bakhaisho le hopole hore some of these kids, the only meal that they get is the meal that they get at school. So bana ba tlo ba bana ba re ba bitsang ka go ba stunted. La ba tsa bana ba stunted ke ba jwang? Ke bana ba sa holing ka pace e tshwanang le ya bana ba bang, mentally and physically. Ke bana ba stunted because ha ga ba fa dijo tse ba hodisang. I'm challenging you as a special cohort of SGBs. Hore hara tse ding ke kopa hore le lo hlokomela taba ya food security. Dikolong tsa lona a ke re etseng hore ho be le di vegetable gardens. Ke lebeletse hore le tle le mpitse le re tlo launcha food garden ya rona. Kapa le mpolelle hore sekolong sa rona re tlhoka di seeds, we want to plant vegetables. Le tle le bone ke tlatla ke matha. Koloi e ke palamang la tseba ke etjena e tlatla e matha e tlisa di seeds tseo. Ra utlwana ke molemong wa hore re secure dijo re bolae tlala. Le khona hore jarete mo bana ba ha ba tle ka Saterdag se le roba mane mo le rekileng dithini tse ngata tsa fish ka theko e tlase se le la ba fa ba tlileng for the extra classes. Hona le process e etsuwang dikolong mane every year around September ha ba ke sa fose ya ho identify ya ho etsa nthwena ya post provisioning. Now how qeta ho etswa post provisioning sekolo se seng se a bolellwa go wena o setse ka diposo tse kana. Ha ile go diposo tseo di nyane ho bolela hore hona le matitjhere a sekolo sa mo a tlamehang a iswe kae mo diposo tsa teng di leng ngata la itseba ke re process eo jwale re na le bothata ba hore auditor general o re impaneng le identify le matitjherana ha le qetile ba dutse ka hara basket eo ya excess teachers ha ba kgone ho ba placeuwe la tseba hobane ba sa kgone ho placeuwa in most cases it is deliberate in most cases ha re qeta ho ba fa hore allocation ya lona e kana sekolo se na le teachera sa la ba sukudisa ba identify yena kana ko wa tsejwa botshabelo mane go mogwa e wa sukudisa ke matlo mmatla teachero so phoso ha se excess teachers phoso ke identification le ka re thusa hore le hlokomele hore identification ya teng e etsuwe hantle ka boqhetseke o fumana gore teacher o ha qeta o tloso a bila ya kwa yona ntho le ne ba itse ba sa tlo e teacher e se teachwa yona eo ke kopa le re thuse hore process eo ya ho identify e etswe ka boqhetseke e etswe with honesty e ska etswa ka tsela ena e etswang ka yona because e re bakela mathata re patala teacher o ha placeuwa hona le teacher o mong e ba ntho e re bitsang ka gore ke double parking we are paying double because hona le teacher o mong a ntsa le kae a ntsa ruta le yena program director ha se tseo fela hona le tšhelete e iswang dikolong ya 1% ya maintenance the allocation e re fang dikolo hona le 1% e leng hore ke ya maintenance mara le bone dikolo tsa rona le pompo fela ha e dutla e tloelwa le jwalo now I want you to help me hore re sebediseng tšhelete eo ka bohlale one of the things Ntate Tladi a sa qalelletse ho di etsa o tlo trainer batho bana ba re ba bitsang ka gore ke di factotum I don't know is there any other word for that bonto ba di handyman yes re tlo trainer di handyman re ba fe di basic skills tsa o tseba fela hore first re ha e tshwatleile a etse tjena eng ha wa bona so that re se kene ga lo lata batho wana o fumana jwale se re latile motho re le botshabelo ntate be re lata motho wa Paris mo ke tswang teng ho tha tlo lokisa festere jwale re batla tšhelete eo re e boloke re tsebe ho e sebedisa ka bo ke mosebetsi wa lona ho hlokomela ntho tseo dikolo tsa lona di tle di be makgethe sekolo sa makgethe se bolela hore o fa batho ba rutang le ba rutuwang mo o ba fa dignity it's all about dignity ke tsona ntho tse re di bitsang ka gore ke di wastages tse teng tse ke kopang go le tle le bule mahlo le re thuse program director as I conclude to our learners who will be writing their final exams both internally and externally we want to wish them all the best we want to assure them that your community believes in you your SGBs and teachers believe in you and we, as the Department of Education, believe in you. This is the message we are taking to our learners who will be writing their exams. We all pledge to give you the tools and opportunities you need to succeed. Ke a le kopa le lona, go and galvanize support. Let us support these learners, the SGB members. Mane mo ke tswang teng. Grade 12 ana dula lapeng mo I felt so sorry for her because ka next door ya rona ho ne ho ena le ha ke bui ka lenyatso ke a tseba motho molomo o na le right ya ho practice di tlwaelo le di cultural whatever tsa bona empa ka next door ya heso ha e re la bone fela ne se qala scoop ba kena bo batho bana bantu ba kena so, ke kopa le protect them bana ba rona. Put our learners first. As the SGBs, can I see you le mobilize it? Le tsamaya le lo kopa police station go batho bao. Bonyane ba fuwe ntwe ka reng curfew. Curfew ya hore, re kopa by 8 o'clock, mokete wa dikatse o bo fedile. That is the power that you have, that we are not using. Ra utlwana ke re? Ha ke bue ka tseo fela, the same with the taverns. Ka nako e bana ba rona ba tlo ngola dihlahlobo. All right. Hana re qala this thing a long time ago, Chairperson. Re qala culture ena ya ho ba number 1. Re qadile kwana ka bo di 2010-11 culture hana re qala le Ntate Magwe and the other colleagues who are here. Of course, may his soul rest in peace. Re ne re criticize wa ho ha bana jwala ba sana nako le ha ba bana le ba campile le ba entseng. Then ra tla ka element ya go, do you know hona le bana ba environments tsa bona di leng bohloko, both ka lapeng and in the community. Malume ha fitla ka Saterta a khotse wa sho. Order. Members, order. Huh? Board of Directors, order. So, Nkana Radi says about these things really cut deep. They are being discriminated against. Is because I have a opportunity. Kaka malume, kika next door, kibana, kika back opposite, ki taverne. It's so chaotic. So can we begin now as this cohort protect bana barona? To the class of 2024, we say seize this opportunity with both hands. Work hard, dream big, and know that your future is bright. To our class of 2024, we are saying the number 1 spot is still yours. You need now to jealously safeguard that particular spot. To our SGBs, you are the glue that binds us together. Rhetoric, hono bane ba rata hore thuto ena le maoto a mararo akere ke the learner, ke the parent, ke the school akere. Now lona, you are this glue e kopantseng maoto ao, otherwise maoto ao anatloa. You are the glue that binds us together. Continue to inspire and give hope to our communities, our teachers and our learners at all times. Let us do our work with utmost dignity, respect, and professionalism. Ke le boleletse hore ba ntse ba re le di SGB, you are board of directors. Continue to exemplify the true meaning of community and the power of collective action. Join me as I'll be taking education to the communities in the next few weeks. I would want you to join me as I'll be doing that in your respective towns. To all of you in this Imbizo, together we should continue to build a brighter future for all our learners. I thank you all for your dedication, your commitment, and your belief in the power of education. On behalf of the department, the schools you are serving, and the learners, I want us to borrow from the words of Maya Angelou when she says, I quote, "I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel, close quote. Have a productive session going forward, and I wish you well in your deliberations. And I just want to say before I close, hashtag thank a teacher, Ke a leboha. I thank you all. DJ.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Batho ba morao mane re kopa hore re ka dula ditulo. I'm aware dinkile short break ke kopa hore re ka khutla ra khona ho dula fatshe re khona ho qala ka re tswele pele ka meeting wa rona. We must proceed with our meeting. Thank you very much, MEC. Thank you very much, MEC Raleboa, for really sharing the vision with all of us, especially the board of directors, our beautiful SGBs, for the empowerment. Let's give MEC a round of applause, a very big one. Thank you very much. Hona ni some eatables tse o 20 tlane di tsamaiswe mono ke tlo kopa re ba tlane ba di tsamaise bo kgaitsedi mono but in an orderly way a ke re etsa hore o no fumane matla ha o ntse o bua o no fumane matla o no re kamo well re kopa hore it must be in an orderly way re ska etsa lerata mess noe ha le ntsha dintho tseo tsa lona but thank you very much bommele bontate. Now we get into the presentations. They are not going to be very long presentations, but the speech of the MEC was the crux of the matter, the most important presentation. All the things that are going to be presented here today, they are also expanding a little bit more on issues raised by the Honorable MEC. So please, we want you to cooperate with us. We want you to go with us as we'll be making those presentations, and we'll then give you also an opportunity to ask questions after the presentations. Now, I'm waiting for my team here. They said that there's going to... ha o tsamaya pakeng tsa ntho bane ntse o hlahisa jwale o hlahisa ka re motho e mong mona re tla re tshoa ma o tsamaye ka mora ntho ka mana ha o tsamaya pakeng tsa tsena o hlahisa o tsamaye ka mora yona jwale re shebile motho ena mona. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we are going to give you the presentations. We did not want to give you these presentations in advance because that will disrupt the speech of the MEC. We wanted the speech of the MEC to flow without disruptions. Now, the team that we have been working with to put this Imbizo together, they came with an innovation. They created a QR code. I'm not so sure why are they struggling. I thought that the QR code will already be there. The QR code. Now, Reko Power, you will take a photo or you'll scan that QR code. You'll scan the QR code ka phone. Bana nindi phone tse hantle. So, I'll scan that QR code. All the presentations have been loaded there. So, they will be in your phone. There's our QR code. Soli, DJ, explain how do they access that? Can you come quickly? DJ, Soli.
Colleagues, good morning. The only thing that you have to do is go to your phone, go to your camera. Just go to your camera, the one that you normally use to take a selfie. Don't push anything, just show it to the QR code. Don't do anything, just show it. And then at the bottom, they will say, open in Drive. Open in Drive. So just show your cell phone camera to the QR code. Don't take a photo, just hold it a moment, and then it will ask you open in Drive. And then you just click on MEC SGB Imbizo. and then you say open and give me a moment, then I'll give you access to that folder. And in that folder, all the SGB presentations that will follow from here on will be in that folder. Mr. Malloy, did you get it right, Mr. Malloy? Mr. Malloy gives me a thumbs up, so it means it's working. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Re batla ho e kwala jwale, ne? All right. Share. Okay, Bomelebon, that in the interest of time, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Rekopa the eatable sitze wa discussing a meeting warona, please. Can we now? Thank you very much. What we are going to do, because we want to save time, those who may be struggling to access the QR code, we have also made copies, just a small leaflet of the QR code. Ntate circuit manager Ramona o tla checka mono re thotse fela because re na le tsona ke tsena a kgone re thusa mo e leng gore o tla etsa mana mara re thotse re kgone o tswela pele ka meeting wa rona. We want to get out of this screen so that we start with the first presentation. Now, having listened to the speech of the MEC spoke about quite a number of issues. We are now going to get a brief presentation. Remember, we will still, the MEC has already indicated this is not the first and the last. We will still be going deeper into some of the presentations as we'll be rolling out this training of the SGBs like we committed, where we'll now get into the details. But today we are trying to introduce and just to say to you, this is your role as SGB members in addressing all the issues that have been raised by the MEC. So the very first presentation will be done by Ntate Motolo on the Bella Act, the Basic Education Laws Amendment Act. Of course, the presentation will be flagged, it will be on the screen, but nerere, that is why we're funding that QR code so that we can access the presentation. So please, let us maintain that tranquility. Ubane re tlo batla re ka mora di presentations re utlwe maikutlo a lona. After puo e ntle ya MEC, now we are responding and explaining your role further. So let us put our hands together. Re amoele Ntate Motolo, re ba file 15 minutes e mong le mong gore a kgone ho kena tabeng tsae. Gore re batle ba elelo gore ba re fe ditaba tse e leng gore ha re tswa mona re tla be re di tshwere. So Ntate Motolo, we are in your hands.
Ha ke lebohe Ntate Mkgobo, ke ise tlhompho ho letona la rona la thuto Dr. Maboya, our head of department, Advocate Malakwani, mmoho le moifo o ba potapotileng. Me ke hlomphe batswadi bohle, members of the board of directors who are here today. I'm not going now to waste time as Mr. Mkhobe has requested. The presentation has been now shared with you. Let me just indicate that you'll be getting 3 presentations talking about one and the same thing. The other 2, I tried to translate some of the clauses into Sesotho so that we can be able now to follow them with ease, but they are not as comprehensive as the English version. So I'm going now to present the English version of the Bella Act. Me onana ke molao o Mopresidente a o signeng ka di 13 September hore ebe ona molao o tata o re thusa ho tsamaisa le ho laola dikolo. Me ho tloha qalong ke lakatsa hore ke hlalose hore molao onana ha o amane le dithuto, ha o amane le curriculum, ha o amane le tse etsahalang ka tlelaseng, ha o amane le hore na ke di subject di feng tse bana ba lokelang hore ba di etse ka tlase le hore na di lokela di rutwe jwang, hore na ba lokela ba hlahlobuwe jwang. Ke molao o amanang le tsamaiso le taolo ya thuto, mme batho ba laolang thuto, the governors, ke lo ke ka hona re reng ke Bibele ya lona ena, mme e bua ditaba tsa lona tsa hore na le lokela hore le laole dikolo ka tsela ya mokgwa mofuta ofeng. Ha matitjhere ana le ya ona bana le caps e leng yona e ba tataisang, rona re tataiswa ke South African Schools Act mmoho le Bella Act ena. Mme Bella Act ena ena le dikarolwana tse 54, mme ho tse 54 tsena tseo ena le tsona tse 40 tsa tsona ke ditlatseletso tse etswang ho South African Schools Act, mme tse ding tse setseng ke tse tlatseletsang tse bileng di tlosa tse ding tsa dikarolwana tsa Employment of Educators Act. Ka mantswe a mang tse re amang haholo ke tsenana tse 40, mme re a tseba hore molawana ofe kapa ofe ha o kala ka ditlhakisetso tsa mantswe a sebediswang ka hare ho molao ono, mme ha ke no nka sebaka mabapi le karolo ya o kala e leng ya di-definition. Ke lakatsa hore ke ka le ka ntlha ya pele hore molao onana o tsotella boteng ba bana ka hare ho jarete ya sekolo, hore ke hwa bohlokwa hore bana ba dule ba le teng ka hare ho jarete ya sekolo, hore batho ba kgone hore ba ithute tle re kgone hore re fihlele sepheo senana seo Letola se buileng ka sona sa hore re batla thuto ya mankgonthe baneng ba rona. Mme ho lokela hore bohle ba teng ka hare ho jarete ya sekolo ke matitjhere ke mosuwehlooho le rona re le makgotla a taolo a dikolo re lokela re tsotelle re netefatse hore bana ba tla sekolong letsatsi le letsatsi. MEC o buile ka hore ha re neelana ha mosuwehlooho a neelana ka tlaleho ho Board of Governors re bua ka tshebetso ya bana. Enana ke e nngwe ya ntlha tse re lokelang hore re bue ka yona hobane e na le tshwaetso hodima sephetho seo sekolo se ba nang le sona hore na bana ba tsamaya ba lokela ba tsamaya ka mokgwa jwang. Mme hobane le ya bohlokwa re re le code of conducting ya sekolo e lokela hore e iponahatse hore na re reng re le sekolo mabapi le ho fihla ka nako sekolong, re reng re le sekolo mabapi le ho tla sekolong letsatsi le leng le le leng leo e leng letsatsi la sekolo. Mme e bang ho na le ngwana a sa iponahatseng, mosuwe o lebeletse hore ka mora matsatsi a mararo a tsebise mosuwehlooho hore ho na le ngwana a sa iponahatseng ka matsatsi a mararo a hlahlamana. Mme mosuwehlooho o lokela hore yena within 24 hours must get in touch with the parents or the guardian of this learner so as to establish the reason for the absence and as well as in which way can the school be able now to assist this particular learner? Me ha re tswela pele ho bontsha hore ho ba teng ha bana sekolong ke wa bohlokwa molao onana o re ha pele re ne re re compulsory education thuto e tlamang e qala ka grade 1 e felle ka grade 9 jwale re eketse ka selemo se seng re re e qala ka grade R ho fihlela ho grade 9 hobane re dumela hore grade R enana ke teng mo bana ba fumanang motheo mme ha motheo o utsitsitse o tla ba fa morolo wa hore ba tswele pele ka tsela e lebeletsweng dithutong tsa bona mme o boela hape molao onana o hlokomedisa bohle mme this is the new insertion in the South African Schools Act hore mang kapa mang ya sitisang hore sekolo se kene ka nako eo sekolo se ne se lokela hore se kene ka yona motho ya etsang jwalo o tlola molao mme a ka qoswa a tjamelwa lekgotleng la dinyewe mabapi le ntlha tseno re na le mehlale e reng re bone hore e re ha re le setjhaba re tseka skontiri hore batla skontiri ebe re thibela bana ho ya sekolong mme re tsebe ho kwa ka jeno ha re etsa jwalo re tlola molao onana wa Bela Act mme ha re tswela pele re tla ntlheng e nngwe e leng clause ya kamohelo ya bana dikolong e leng e nngwe ya clause tseo mopresidente a itseng hobane ho ntsona le bu kgotsofale ho itseng ho ba bang o itse o re fa monyetla wa kgwedi tse tharo hore re fumanahane mabapi le clause ena ha kgwedi tseo tse tharo di ka tsa feta molao onana kapa karolwana enana e tla kena tshebetsong ska ha ile tjena e reng karolwana enana ka bokhutshwane hona le mafosi a buayang hore molao onana o re advocate Malakwane e se ile yena tla a etsa molao wa kamohelo ya bana dikolong mme molao ona o re molao wa kamohelo ya bana dikolong o ntse o le maheteng a makgotla a taolo a dikolo empa o re ha makgotla ana a taolo a dikolo a rala maano ana a lokela hore a imatahanye le dintlha tsohle tseo MEC a buileng ka tsona tse ka reng ho se kgetholle tse tla netefatsa hore bana bohle ba kenyeletswa ke dintlha tse ntjha tse kenang tseo ho thweng di lokela di tataise makgotla ana a puso a dikolo ha a rala maano ana mme hlooho ya lefapha o na le tokelo ya hore e bang ha le ano lena la sekolo a sa kgotsofala ke lona hobane a bona hore le violate constitution le violate melao ya naha le ya province o na le matla a hore a re ho governing body policy enana ya lona ha ya loka mme ke kopa hore le kgutlele morao nke le lo e shebisisa le shebe clause tse itseng le tse itseng hore pele e ka ya kena tshebetsong ke yona ntlha e ntjha e kentsweng mabapi le kamohelo enana ya lenane lenana la kamohelo ya bana dikolong ho amohela bana dikolong ho netefatsa hore bana ba teng ba fumana thuto e sale le South African Schools Acting molao o fuwe hlooho ya lefapha governing body e fuwe mosebetsi wa ho etsa jwang wa ho rala maano mme a kenywa tshebetsong ke botsamaisi ba sekolo mme hlooho ya lefapha o na le boikarabelo ba hore bana bohle bane be re itseng ba le montsa hore ebe ba ntse ba le sekolo ba fela ba fumana sekolo ka tsela eo ba lokelang hore ba se fumana ka teng haebe governing body sa kgotsofala ke dikgothaletso tsa hlooho ya lefapha di bana le tokelo ya hore ba ka ipelaetsa ho hlooho ya lefapha haebe ba ntsha kgotsofala ke qeto ya hlooho ya lefapha ba na le hona hore ba ka ipelaetsa ho MEC mabapi le ntlha ena mme ha ke no bua haholo ka clause e hlahlamang hape e leng ya language hobane ke mathe le leleme ke ka hona le bao ba ipelaetsa ka yona di le pedi hobane motjha o latetsweng ho irala ke motjha o le mong. Language policy e ntse e le matsohong a governing body hore e etse, empa ha e etsa e lokela hore e etse jwang, e judge against constitutional values, against South African Schools Act, against melawana ya rona ya Freestyle. Me ha e pasa monono e ka kena tshebetsong, empa o boela o tswela pele molao onana o re kolo tseo ho tsona ho rutwang ka thuto e le nngwe. Ha maemo a community eo a hloka hore ho ka hlahiswa language ya bobedi hore sekolo e be a parallel media, e fa hlooho ya lefapha matla a hore a ka etsa jwalo ka mora dipuisano le school governing body. Mme ntlhang tsena tse pedi tsenana tseo ho nang mopresidente a itseng re ke re lo di tshotla. Ha ke di sheba bothata bo boholoholo, HOD comes with the definition of the school community. Those who are opposed want to confine the school community to the geographical area around the school, while the Bella says that now the school community entails the community of the district. Me ke ka hona ho eleng hwa bohlokwa hore molao ona o dule o ikamahanya le maemo a district eno. Ha ke etsa mohlala Pelisiri manen mona Mangaung na le sekolo ke President Brand, almost 50% ya batho ba dulang Pelisiri e se le hona batho ba batsho ba dulang mono, empa President Brand e ntse rutia ka Afrikaans fe. Mme ha molao onana o fa hlooho ya lefapha hore ha maemo a le ka mokgwa mofuta ono o jwalo, hlooho ya lefapha a re ha ke e ananele leano lena la lona hobane ha le yanka into account community enana e le phelang ka hare ho yona. Ha ke tlola enana clause ya botshelela empa e fa letona matla a hore le ka kgetha committee e tlatla e le thusa mabapi le tsamaiso ya dikolo. Ke se ke hlalositse clause 5, 6, I've just explained it. Ha re tla ho clause 7, MEC kgafekgafetsa o buile ka tshireletso ka hare ho jarete ya dikolo, mme senana tsela e nngwe e molao onana o e kgothaletsang hore re ka ntlafatsa tshireletso ka hare ho jarete tsa sekolo ke hore dikolo tsa rona di bene le tokomane ya boitshwaro ka hare ho jarete ya sekolo, mme e re lokela re bene le code of conduct. Me code of conduct enana e lokela e laole boitshwaro ba bana, e netefatsa hore bana ba sireletsehile ha ba le ka hare ho jarete ya sekolo. There is this exemption application process that must also be included in the code of conduct. Me re bolelang ka this exemption clause. Re sekolo senana ke sekolo sa tumelo ya bokreste. No ban re ke sekolo sa tumelo ya bokreste, empa ngwana e mo le mong o na le tokelo ya thuto. Ha ona ntate moloi o tla mohanela hore a kene sekolong sena na ngwana hobane yena e se mokreste. Empa seo batswadi ba ngwana eno ba lokelang hore ba sietse, ba lokela hore ba kenya kopo ho lekgotla la puso la sekolo hore re kopa ka tlasa mabaka ana hore ha o bua ntlheng tsena ngwana enwa wa rona e ske ya ba karolo ya diketsahalo tseo tse jwalo tse etsahalang ka hare ho jarete ya sekolo, a ske a discriminatewa because of tumelo ya hae. Empa code of conduct e lokela e bene le this exemption clause. These provisions How sheba mo. I tried to assist even members of the governing body hore ha ba etsa maano ana a bona ha ba lokela go ba check hona ana ntse re le motjhe ba imatahanye le dintlha tseno hore code of conduct ya rona ina le exemption clause e a hlalosa hore na o lokela ho latelwe metjhaefeng e bang o batla hore o ske wa kenyeletswa ka hare ho yo mme ha re tswela pele inze e amana le yona process enana ya exemption mme jwale ka 4 le 5 botle ba bela ko hore e createile a new regime in our South African Schools Act ya hore ha o sa khotsofala o be le hona hore o ka ipiletsa ho hloya lefapha South African Schools Act bo hol banako o no gona o ipiletsa ho hloya lefapha e felelle ho hloya lefapha empa Bella Bill has now introduced another layer. Hore e bang sa khotsofala ke keto ya hloya lefapha, you can then now escalate the matter to the MEC as well. I proceed to the next one. Once again, a Bella Bill very, very straightforward. Like MEC has indicated, the question of safety, Mema Skabate will talk at length about it. Le Bella Bill e a hlalosa hore di betsa tse kotsi ha di a dumellwa ka hare ho jarete ya sekolo. MEC o buile ka di search and seizure molao onana wa idumella hore tsenana e bang hona le pelaelo ho tswa botsamaising ba sekolo ho ka bana le tsona di search and seizure tsenana and e bulela hore na ntho tseo tse fumanweng di le kotsi di betsa tse kotsi tseno ho lokela go etsuwe eng ka tsona e boela e fetela le ho di drugs tse MEC a buileng ka tsona hore le tsona hore na ho lokela ke di feng di drugs tse sa dumellwang mme ha di fumanwe ho lokela ho etswe eng ka tsona mme ngwana a tlotseng molawana o nono o lokela hore ho sejetswe jwang ka yena ke eo hore a kana a suspenduwa ngwane wa ka mokgwa mofuta o jwalo mme mabaka a mo suspenda ke ao ka mora hoba a iponahatse hore ha ikamahanye le code of conduct ya sekolo mme ha ebe ngwane enwana ka baka la dithethefatsi tsenana le di betsa tsena tsa ditshwereng o fupere kotsi bakeng sa bohle ba teng ka hare ho jarete ya sekolo ngwane enwana molao ona o dumela hore a ka bewa ka thoko nakwana hang le pele re latela metjha e lokelang hore e latelo ya hore a sekiswe a hlahe ka pele ho komiti ya kgaleng ngwana yona a ka bewa hang mme kana kwa beletseng ka thoko hang e be ko hona process ya ho mitsetsa hore a tlotla hlaha ka pele ho khotla la kgalengo e tla ka involvement of police wa dumela molao hore maponisa re lokela re sebetse mmoho le bona le re etsa tsona di search and seizure tsenana re lokela re ba adopte re lokela hore even our safety policies le bona ba bene le di input ho yo me engwe encha esinel siko sasa is the prohibition of initiation practices me Bella Bill e hlalosa ka bophara hore na di kana initiation re rekeng route reader even lubo high school ka tsameletsatsi ka ofela ngwana a hatile boto e kholo all those practices Bella Bill e re di tlola ditokelo tsa botho tsa ngwana mme ha re a lokela hore re di dumelle mme the next provision e re hloya lefapha e mo fa matla a hore a ka nna a kala kapa a fetola sekolo sa tlwaelo hore e be sekolo se tla se nurture talente e itseng ya bana Re na le sekolo sa mokgwa mofuta o jwalo ka ga motheo Botshabelo manene re na le re amohetse ke article mme ha re sheba South African Schools Act it didn't say anything about focus schools. Now in terms of the Bella Act now it then now gives the HOD and it even specifies the procedures that must be followed if we want now to register a school as a focus school. Me re a tseba hore tsena tsohle di etsuwa ke lona le makgotla a tao a dikolo ke ka hona ke itseng ke bibele ya lona enang ha ya matitjhere e le caps ntse amana le ho etsa dikolo di focus schools ne e hlahlamang ke enana ya ho kopanya dikolo maobane ne re le training molao o re sekolo tse nang le bana tsa primary tse nang le bana ba less than 135 hansi dikolo sekolo ha se define in South Africa ko re ke sekolo se nang le tsa primary se lokela se bene le bana ba fetang 135 ha ile high school se be le bana ba fetang 200 mme ke ka hona ho nang le hore kolo tseo tse nyanyana tsena hobane ha di tswele mang kapa mang moleng hobane mapalo ya matitjhere e laolwa ke palo ya bana empa dithuto tse bana ba di etsang kolong tseo tse nyanyana ke dithuto tsohle tse lokelang di etswe ke bana dikolong tse kgolo tseo ho nang le matitjhere ho tsona mme molao o nana o re tataisa hore na ha re kopanya dikolo re lokela hore re hate ho kae re tsamaye ka tsela e feng ho kopanya dikolo hore re di etse ebe sekolo se le se mme ha ke qetella ya bona gola ka leselele haufu le nna monana le tla di qetella tse ding bombel bontate 12 I've gone through it when we come now to 14 MEC have spoken about it central procurement and she has explained it very very well so go batlang ho toboketsa ke hore ha hlogo ya lefapha a fumane hore dibuka tsena tsa mokgwa mofuta o itseng nka di khona hore ke di fumane ha ke di reka ke rekela kolo tse ngata ke fumane textbook yena na ka 10 rand ha no kobella sekolo hore se reke ka tsela mokgwa mofuta ono o jwang sekolo se na lona se re nna ke batlo ba karolo empa hore se tshojwalo se lokela hore se bontshe hloho ya lefapha hore nna moo ke di fumanang teng ke di fumana ka 8 rand e seng ka 10 rand empa ha ebe e le hore moo o di fumana ka more than 10 rand hloho ya lefapha ha no dumellana le wena mme tlabe le di-inefficiencies tsane ne tseo MEC a neng a bua ka tsona ha ke qetella bomme le bontate ka enana in SASA ha jwale ke section 22 ke clause 15 ya bela monana e qaqisa ka o otloloa hore mesebetsing yohle e seng fela e hle because mesebetsi ya governing body ha e hlelle fela ho section 20 le section 21 there are other sections 37 38 tsa body budget and so on tsentseng di bua ka mesebetsi ya governing body me bela now it says that now ha hona le o mong wa mesebetsi enana eo governing body e iponahaditseng hore e a hloleha ho ka o phethahatsa hloho ya lefapha o na le tokelo ya hore a ka etsa jwang a ka nka matla ao a mosebetsi o ho tswa sekolong mme a ka nna a etsa honana hang e be o tsebisa governing body ka morao kapa a ka qala pele ka hore a tsebise governing body a kene dipuisanong le yona mme ha seo se etsahetse ha re ke matla a ho hira ha seo se etsahetse head of department on le matla hore a ka appointa batho ba tla ba etsa mosebetsi o empa very important to note in terms of this clause or even section 22 governing body ntse e le teng empa e faotswe matla a itseng mme o kgetho batho ba lo etsa mosebetsi o empa batho bao ha ba lo etsa mosebetsi o fela mosebetsi o mongwe ba nang le ona ke hore ba lo kwetlisa governing body enana matleng anana ao HOD a nkileng hore ba ba kwetlise hore ba tle ba kgone hore ba o etse mosebetsi ona mme senana se ka etsahala for a period of 3 months empa ha ka mora 3 months ho bonahala hore atjhe rapolenana le hana o sueya hantle hloho ya lefapha o ntsana le matla a hore a ka eketsa nako enana for nako e sa fiting selemo ntate Mokgobo ke kopa ke emise hakano empa the presentation that they will get they will cover all the 40 clauses that talks now to the South African Schools Act ke a leboha ntate Mokgobo.
No, thank you very much. Monyako morao mane re kopile hore ha tsena tse yang ka maleng tse di ntshuwa ha re di fumaneng fela ntse re thotse re hlomphe dibui ha di le mona hobane ke molemong wa rona kaofela re kgone ho tseba ditaba hantle. Yoale, ke a kopa morao mo, if you can just maintain that order, ha re ntshe dijo tseo re thotse fela mono. Dibui tsa ka ke itse ke batla 15 minutes, a ko dire, re tla gutla re kgone ho kenella ka matla ka jeno ne re le lwatsisa fela mane tse re di tshwereng. Yoale, ka sena sebaka, ke kgola ntse le ngola, dipotso tsa lona re kgone ho ba le dipotso o tsentseng di buea mona ke tlo kopa mme Skabathe ntate ka ne di tla nchekela nako le yena re di otle ke itse re fane ka 15 minutes ke batla hore re ska dula nako e telele mme Skabathe a re amele mme Skabathe o tlo bua ka safety in schools. English Thank you very much.
Thank you, Program Director. I hope everybody can see me. I'm almost as tall as this podium. I'm not going to take your time. All protocol as established is observed. What I'm going to talk about is school safety, and I'm just going to highlight the things that we need. When we talk about school safety in the province, we are addressing two things. Basically, the violence that is taking place in our schools, but there's another leg in our schools that we need to take care of, which is the leg on disaster management, and I think we're not doing well as the province in terms of that. When we talk about school safety, especially on violence, there are a few things that each and every SGB must ensure that the schools have, and we call them the non-negotiables. The first one is each school must have policies and procedures, and we don't have the policies and procedures for the sake of having them. They must be implemented, because the problem that we have seen in our schools is schools develop policies but they are not implemented, and as a result the violence rises in our schools because we don't implement the policies that we have in our schools. It is a must that each school must have policies and they must be implemented. The second one is each school must undertake safety audits. The beginning of each year, each school must undertake safety audits. It means the safety committee must go around the school every year so that you check the threats and everything that might hamper, that might affect safety in your schools. The third one is each school must formulate a safety plan. And you don't formulate a plan out of common sense. As I said before, you undertake safety audits, and then the safety audits will then inform the plan that you must do. Because everything that you got as you do your safety audits should be addressed in terms of your plan. So your plan should not be out of common sense, but it must be informed by something. The fourth one is there should be constant engagement with community structures. We know for a fact that some of the things that are happening within our schools, we don't have expertise to be able to address them. We therefore source expertise from our community. It is therefore important that each school talks to the community so that you are able to mobilize them around your school and they take care of the school. And then the most important one, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to appeal on this one. Please, SGB members, ensure that your school has a safety committee and it is functional. You don't elect a safety committee as a matter of compliance or a by the way. That committee should be functional because this is the committee that is going to assist us to ensure that we deal with the issues of safety in our schools. I think the speakers before me have talked a lot about the code of conduct, but my emphasis on the code of conduct as well is you must review your code of conduct so that it addresses the current challenges. The problem with the code of conduct that we have in our schools are a cut and paste. Kagisho goes to Poloho, gets a safety policy, they cut and paste, they submit to the second manager. The code of conduct does not address the problems that Kagisho has. And the other thing is, we formulate the code of conducts for the sake of compliance, we don't implement them. Because the problems that we have in our schools is because the code of conduct is not implemented. That's why you will have ill discipline and a number of things that are going wrong within the school. So I'm appealing that this one should be taken care of. We must also have reporting systems. Reporting systems in the sense that you must have, as I said, talk to the community, talk to the clinic, talk to the police, so that some of the cases are able to be referred accordingly. Number 8, monthly we must report the cases. And the importance of reporting the cases is when the province and the district sit down to be able to come with interventions on the schools, we should be assisted by the cases that were reported so that we have interventions that are informed by something. And then lastly, we should have referral systems. Ho na le ba bana ba bangata ka ga dikolo tsa rona ba hlokang ho referwa diplekeng tse ding. Re na le di-drug addicts, re na le di-gangster, ba hloka ho referwa. So we must have those processes. I think I want to talk about this one. These are the roles of the School Safety Committee, which is an important committee as we come to safety. The parents will read this so that they are able to implement it. I want to take time on this one. The role of the SGB with regards to safety. The SGB must ensure that the safety committee is functional. As one of the subcommittees of the SGB, it must ensure that the school is compliant. The first thing when I got into this hall, I checked some of the things to check if this school is compliant. And one of the things that I don't see is emergency signage. If an emergency had to take place now, all of us are going to run helter-skelter because we are not guided by anything in this room. We must ensure that safety always remains on the agenda of the SGB. The The SGB should take time to discuss safety. You must get a report from the safety committee so that you assist the school in terms of safety issues. The other thing is we are appealing to the SGBs. And I think the speakers before me have talked about it. Even the chairperson of the SGB Council has indicated the school belongs to the community. It is not a school of government. Therefore, it is important that as the SGB, you mobilize the community around the school so that they're able to take care of the facility. It is not a government facility, it's a facility of the community. Therefore, we request that parents take interest into their schools. I have talked about the issue of policies. The MEC talked about the vendors. SGBs, our advice is you must regulate the people that are selling things to your children. It should not be everybody, and it should not be allowed that there are a lot of people that you can't account for that are selling. What we advise SGBs to do is everybody that is selling in anything to the children, the principal must know, it must be recorded, and we advise that you give them space inside the schoolyard so that you are able to control that. And then because the trucks tse kenang ka ga dijarete tsa dikolo tsa rona di kena ka nako eo ya breaki ha ntse o rekiso. So if you regulate these people and they come into the yard, you'll be able to see people that are selling drugs to your children. So we advise that you must regulate everybody that is selling. We're not saying you must do away with them, but they must have space within the schoolyard, and the principal must know what each and every person is selling. It must be recorded so that you don't have funny things that are coming to children. There's an issue of disaster management. I talked about disaster management, the non-negotiables. Emergency signage in our schools. Each school must have a signage, and MEC, I must indicate we're having it tough with the Department of Labor because of non-compliance. So we request SGBs that they must ensure that the signage within the school. There's a procedure in terms of evacuation, and then you must conduct drills. Children must know that in case of an emergency, this is how we're going to move out of the classrooms, and this is where we're going to converge. There must be an evacuation plan in each and every school. There must be a maintenance plan in each and every school. These are the weaknesses that we have in our schools. SGB members or principals do not report cases, especially of rape. They want to deal with them internally, and it causes a problem. We catch it, and we catch it from the media, then it gets out of hand. Dysfunctional safety committees, SGBs, let's ensure that every person that we give access to our children is vetted. We employ people in our schools that are a danger to our children. Because we don't vet, we just employ. And we must ensure that we safeguard those children and ensure that any person, either it be a general worker or an educator or any person that comes into contact with the children, should be a person we are sure that is not danger to those children. Vandalism of our schools. That's why I said we must mobilize our communities so that we deal with this thing of vandalism of our schools. Bomme le bontate, dikolo tsa rona di ditshila. And the school being dirty means it's a safety threat. Because tse ding jwang bo boholo ha se ka tjha, ha o ka tjha mo se tlo tjha kaofela ka baka la jwang bo boholo mo. ha re lo lokisang dikolo tsa rona di hlweke. And then we have the issue of gangs. There's another thing that is coming very fast into our schools, harmful religious practices, where you get children that have a calling, and then when the calling comes, alika classing, it disrupts the whole school. And we don't have a policy on how to deal with that child. Kanakwe, whether it's a Togoza Koko, Kapagamufa Snaifi, or anything, schools do not have a policy on how to deal with those children. When that happens, I think they will share the presentation. Is ill discipline in our schools. I'm appealing to parents and SGBs. Let's go and correct the code of conduct. Let's implement them. Let's protect our teachers. Our children are attacking our teachers, and we are quiet as parents. I think we must take a stand on that, because if we don't deal with that, they will end up killing the teachers within the schoolyard. So let's deal with the issue of ill discipline in our schools and protect this asset that we call a teacher, so that they're able to do their work and they keep us at position 1. I think the other things, Chairperson will discuss them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we are noting very important issues. This SGB Imbizo ya MEC, le hantse re kwetlisa di SGB ntse re kwetlisa le basebetsi mo ke re etsa re ba tsebe le hore nako e tlang le bona ra ba bang ba kala ho ema ka pela batho tjena. Jwale re ba fa monyetla wa hore ba kgone ho ema ka pela batho ba mono ke part ya training. Thank you, Dorcas. Give her a round of applause. Now, whilst they are connecting the presentation there are 3 things, criteria ya rona. Re na le dintho tse tharo tse e leng hore di re bontsha hore sekolo is a dysfunctional school, kapa is an underperforming school. There are 3 things. How to school si dysfunctional, kapa sa underperform. Ya pele, ke ha sekolo se sa sebetse hantle bana ba sa pase sekolong seo. That is the first one. When the school fails to meet the performance standard. The second one, if the management or the governing body of the school is likely to prejudice the efficiency and the administration of the school. If the governing body and the management is likely to prejudice, or it is prejudicing the efficiency and administration of the school. Now, how governing bodies are sebetse hantle kapa management of schools are sebetse hantle? Hantle ya ka molao, re tlamehile re re sekolo seo se dysfunctional. The third one, e re sa etseng hantle ka yona, e bontshang hore sekolo se dysfunctional, ya boraro, if the safety of the staff and learners is threatened, then that school is dysfunctional. Now go and read South African Schools Act, Section 58B. It tla o fa dintlha tse tharo tseno mono. Ntho e nngwe fela ntse re e etsa ke ya pele, when the school is not meeting the performance standard. But the two, we have not really addressed them adequately, where the management or the governance is likely to prejudice the efficiency of the school, or where the safety of the staff and learners is threatened. And those are some of the things that we are trying to do through the presentation that we are sharing today. Are we ready? Thank you very much. A very important presentation. Let's welcome Mayor Ntlabezo, our acting Chief Director for Financial Planning in the Free State Department. Let's welcome her.
Thank you, Program Director Ntate Mokgobo, to our Honorable MEC, Dr. Mabuya, HOD, SGB members, and colleagues from the Department of Education. My presentation will be based on the department's financial challenges, the impact of the budget cut, and the austerity measures that we are putting in place in order to stay within the allocated resources. Some of the factors that MEC has already highlighted on them. She has already mentioned some of the problems and the measures that we are putting in place as a department in order to stay within the allocated resources. I've highlighted the critical factors that has led to the challenges that the department is currently facing. Amongst others is the physical consolidation nationally, which is the main one, the equitable share cuts and the baseline cuts, baseline decrease. What I'm talking about here, members of the SGB, is that our equitable share, I'm sure from 2012-2013 financial year, has been reduced. Even up to the current financial year, it has been reduced for all those years. That's why we are having these financial challenges as a sector, not only Free State Department of Education. It's a countrywide problem. I'm sure you can see even on the news whereby Western Cape, they were making issues about cutting the educators because of the equitable share decrease. And another factor that is contributing to our financial challenges is the improvement in conditions of service that is not fully funded, and that was not fully funded in the previous financial year, or it has been partially funded. Like in the previous financial year, we have received a salary increase. But when you compare what we have received in the previous financial year with what we have received in the current financial year, our baseline or our equitable share allocation did not grow. Instead, it decreased with about 2%. But the officials that are employed in the Department of Education have received their salary increase. We have received salary increase of about 4.7% plus 1.5%, which equals to 6%. But our equitable share decreased with 2%. On its own, it's already a red flag that our equitable share is not increasing, but on the other side, the salaries are increasing. And then the implementation of OSD, in order to retain our specialists, like your nurses, your psychologists, your social workers, they were given OSDs over the years, but you'll find that OSD is funded only for a certain financial year. Going forward, is not funded. So it affects our equitable share. It eats into our equitable share. And also approved unauthorized expenditure without funding has also compounded our problem. This one, SGB members, it's when we exceed our budget. Let's say we have spent more than what we have received. When we start the new financial year, we must start by paying that unauthorized expenditure. So that also has an impact on our allocation. And then here I'm talking about the impact of the budget cut. It's very difficult to fund compensation of employee fully or adequately. But as a department, we are doing our level best that we prioritize educator post. Teachers, we make sure that there's a teacher in class, as MEC has indicated. Even though we have these financial difficulties, but we ensure that there's a teacher in class. We prioritize our educator post, moreover, the public servants post. And this has been happening for over some time now. And then some of the priorities are not fully funded, are funded at a minimum level because we cannot live without them. Like your hostel project, whether we like it or not, we have to fund them. But we are not funding them to that level that we want to fund them to. Like your LTSM, we try our level best to fund them, your learner transport, your expansion of autism schools, your leave gratuity, your e-learning, as MEC has indicated, that we really need to fund those. Your robotics, we do our level best to fund them, but at a minimum level. And lastly, the measures that we put in place in order to stay within the allocated resource. We try to reduce our personnel numbers, especially our educators, whereby we only fill in critical posts. As I've explained that in class there must be a teacher. We prioritize educator post over public servants post. MEC has also highlighted on the placement of excess educators. She has already said that SGB, please assist us. If we take a teacher from one school to another school, please, this one you must play your role as SGB members. We are also closing non-viable schools, as Ntate Motole indicated that if a school has around less than 135 learners, that is not a school. It must at least have 135 learners. If they are less than 135, we take them to the hostels. And then as a department internally, we have reduced traveling costs in order to create savings. We have reduced physical meetings by opting for virtual sessions in most cases, whereby if we have virtual meetings, there won't be catering needed, there won't be traveling needed if it's a virtual meeting. This also creates some savings for the department. And we are also trying our level best to utilize government facilities. Like today's meeting, it was supposed to be at Vista Arena. But because we have to pay there, we opted to use our schools because we are not going to pay anything. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Another round of applause. I hope ntse re ngola mo re tla botsa dipotso, but the presentation actually saying, despite all challenges, we must not listen to people who are saying the department is not going to pay teachers or is going to cut the teachers. We are prioritizing our teachers. The next one, Now, yena bomme le bontate, the SGB tsa rona tse teng mona, ena ke ya lona hantle ena. Ebile ke yona e bakang le diqabang dikolong. Ena re kenang ho yona. Now, I want to, when you go back to your homes, you must always look at Section 20 of the South African Schools Act, especially subsection 1G, that talks to administering and managing infrastructure, as well as Section 21, 1A. Now, Dr. Munyani is going to talk about that. Mona kia infrastructure, wana kire kia tseba hore ke yona e re qabanyang le dikolong. Hore dikolo tsa rona tlamehile di lokiswe ka tsela e jwang. Dr. Munyani?
Good afternoon. As I ride through the protocol that has been observed, greetings to our Honorable MEC, our HOD in absentia and the DDG, and to all the officials of the department that are here. And Dumela Mbombele Bondat. As Ndade Mkhoba has said, what I'm going to talk about is an elephant in the room. Before I get into that, I just wanted to acknowledge that as a former student of Kagiso Comprehensive School, class of 1996. When I lay this 1% norms and standards for school funding, maintenance, budget allocation to schools, our Honorable MEC spoke about. So what I'm going to talk about is to discuss the role of the SGB in maintaining infrastructure in schools. As Ndade Mkhoba has also said before, we have legislation that governs maintenance of schools and what role should the SGB be playing in maintaining our schools. Now, what is entrusted by the accounting officer by PFMA is to make sure, according to the constitutional institution, that the accounting officer is responsible for the management, including safeguarding and the maintenance of assets of the department, trading entity or constitutional institution. This is the first mandate of the PFMA. Usually how the Auditor General has to have a finding against the department. This is the first clause of PFMA that he will refer to. Then we have another legislation here, GIAMA, which is a framework for the management of immovable assets. So we manage all the assets like buildings, which is also, that will be binding on national and provincial governments. And the broad aim of the Act is to improve the public sector infrastructure asset management. So, KMW are one of the legislation that governs the national or provincial departments. Then, Renaliana National Bureau of Standards. ELORING is a regulation, it's one national building regulation. Usually, the Department of Employment and Labor, when they go to schools and assess schools, they also look into the safety and also look at this national building regulations to see while there is a project that is undergoing Dikolong, the project is done according to the national building regulations. There's also SAB's 10400 for the requirements for the maintenance standards to be complied with. Then the next one, occupational health and safety, which is very important, especially Hailo Renale, a project that is being undertaken by a contractor, either being employed by the SGB directly or by the department. So, as Mayor Skabat has also mentioned, we have to have health and safety committees at schools by the SGBs. That subcommittee should also make sure that even the contractor have a sebedisi desk o palama ho tsona ba di sebedisa jwale ka stepisi. So those are the things that in the absence of our health and safety consultant that is employed by the department to do safety audits to check out the contractor di etsa mosebetsi safe ho sena a danger to learners, even teachers. I'm just going to move to the roles of and responsibilities of SGBs. As Ndade Mkhobo also said, the South African Schools Act, it puts responsibility on the SGBs for planned and unplanned maintenance and repairs using the school fund allocation provided by the Provincial Department of Education. Jwale mosebetsi wa ho maintaina skolo e ho lona as SGB ke your responsibility. And that maintenance, it includes planned preventative maintenance and reactive maintenance to address breakdown and emergency. As there is norms and standard funding for schools, which is a 1% allocation, ewa, pele o kopa hore department e u thuse ka ho lokisa mathata a sekolo sa hao se nang le ona, o tshwantse o qale pele ka your 1%. Utilize your 1% funding first before you request the department. The department is only supposed to subsidize or where your budget has exceeded or your needs have exceeded your maintenance plan. Then that's when the department is supposed to assist all the schools to start a whole lukisa more SGB felletseng teng. But currently the SGB had the their 1% allocation for maintenance. To tell you the truth, few schools have actually utilized the 1% because when they put in a request, they will show you how they have now utilized their 1% and they need assistance where. Jwale ba bang ho prioritize ho reka dikoloi, how maintain the facilities at school. So henceforth, this is just a snapshot of what we are going to do. The DDG will be doing roadshows in all the districts to start implementing these measures where if you are going to request the department to assist you, then you should have had a maintenance plan and indicate the budgeting for that maintenance plan and also show which of the maintenance are you going to attend and which one will exceed the budget that you have for norms and standards for funding so that the department can now step in and assist you where your budget has ended. If you're not going to show us or you have used the 1%, we are not going to acknowledge your request because the principal, they just write a letter and say they want their schools to be maintained. But without showing whether they've utilized their budget, maintenance, on maintenance. So Section 121 schools governing bodies that have maintenance responsibilities assigned to them will need to conduct both day-to-day maintenance responsibilities as well as more serious responsibilities. And these categories will also to be covered by the district officers on behalf of Section 20. So, as I've said, then but we also need, you must show us where now also entse ha kae ka budget e lo reng we yens. Now one of the things se lo reng di re khosetsa mathata ke tsena tsa di project steering committees. So I thought it's better so that I discuss and show you how na le an appointment, a contractor that has been appointed by the department. What role should the SGB be playing? Now, composition of the project steering committee ki ena e ngotsweng mona. The SGB chairperson will be the committee chairperson, and he will receive a stipend if he is not employed by the state. The school principal will be the deputy chairperson, and since Asebeleza Muso, he will be a non-recipient a stipend, meeting allowance. The SGB secretary will be the committee secretary, and if that individual is not employed by the state, he will get a meeting allowance. If you create any funding from the state and you want to get a meeting allowance, remember we have to send this money to your account. Should they pick it up or on a lesasa and you are busy collecting other money, they will stop it. If you want to double dip in the state, I mean, Liberty 350, they know. If there's any funding extra in Yanafela, they'll stop it. So be honest, if you are working or you are receiving income somewhere, don't collect this stipend because we are going to transfer it into your bank account so that the state can see or you are double dipping. Then there's additional members, 3 additional members who will also get meeting allowances as long as they are not receiving any income from the state. And there's a CLO who's a non-recipient of this stipend because he is employed by the contractor. Then there will be the contractor also who will also be part of the project steering committee. Now, Batswadi, we are having a lot of problems in the create project steering committee. In certain instances, then the project steering committee denied the interest. Now, those interests are now creating problems for us because when a project is undertaken at a school, it's for the parents, it's for bana. But Batswadi now they end up forgetting that project is not their project. It's not an SGB project. It's for learners. Now, how can now also live it? It's not for Batswadi, it's for bana. Now, your interests are more important than your child in school. Then why are we there in the first place? Let us not push our interest more than our children. A wise man said, some parents had to stop dreaming so that their kids can have one. So let's all practice how now is something that will benefit your child. It has also benefited your family because that child will be an asset to this country if he is supported through his education. Now, there are responsibilities that are supposed to be discharged by this steering committee. What is important is what I just said, or what is the objective and goals and the desired outcome of the project. And as I've said, it's for the learners. As for Batswadi, hard class, how can you school as Mutswadi? So if you understand the objectives and goals of the project, then when you attend the meeting, you push the interest of someone how isn't how. And also understand and represent the interest of project stakeholders. Now, the stakeholders are projected in Lona as Batswadi and also the community. School. Now, labor the subcontracting what we are supposed to do. And we are not saying when a project is undertaken at a school, we don't want subcontractors, we don't want to employ local labor. Those things are there. But before a Kala project, there's already people fighting for employment and also subcontracting, as if that's not what we are going to do. Each and every project, there's always been local labor employed and also subcontractors have also been given the opportunity to grow as business people. So, there's also an interest of project outcomes, as I've said, and opportunities are there, obviously, to be absorbed by all the stakeholders. And actively participate in meetings through attendance, discussion, review, meeting minutes, papers and other steering committee documents, and support open discussions. So those are just some of the things that are expected. Now, there's also responsibility of the chairperson of the SGB. He sets the agenda for the meeting and ensures that the agenda and supporting materials are delivered to members in advance. Makes the purpose for each meeting clear to members and explain the agenda at the beginning of each meeting. clarifies and summarizes what is happening throughout each meeting, keeps the meeting moving by putting time limits on each agenda items, keeping all the meetings to 2 hours or less, encourage broad participation, ends each meeting with a summary of the decisions, follow up consistently absent members to determine if they wish to discontinue membership and also find replacement. So that is the responsibility of the SGB chairperson. There is a set agenda already for the project steering committee. You're not supposed to discuss anything else except what is written there. There's agenda for upcoming meeting, minutes of previous meeting, a progress report for the project, and any decision papers or documents that are supposed to be discussed, or any other documents or information to be considered for the meeting. Then you sign the minutes of the meetings, but that must be prepared by the secretary. No extras, just what is involved in and about the project only. Now, one thing that I've seen that we are making a mistake as SGB members, House Atli meeting, you are not supposed to send a proxy or somebody our meeting, because the members of the project steering committee are specific individuals. But one thing attend the meeting. House attend the meeting, send an apology, but it was send a meeting. That is not allowed. I hope you. Now, role here, the Provincial Department of Education. As the custodian, we need to demonstrate that we are managing immovable assets efficiently and effectively and in such a way as to promote the government's immovable asset management objectives. And this should include assuming full responsibility for the planning, budgeting, procurement, implementation, which we are already doing. We also provide clear objectives in the policy implementation plan for the preservation or maintenance of our buildings. We also, as MEC said, that the DDG will be undertaking the training of factotums to assist with the smaller or minor repairs and maintenance that are assumed by the role the SGB should be playing in its maintenance plans. Now, how are we going to do this maintenance planning? The school must have, or the SGB together with the school must form a maintenance subcommittee. Now, this maintenance subcommittee will develop a maintenance plan for their school, which will also assign our property officers and also the second manager to be part of the development of the maintenance plan. And after this maintenance plan has been drafted, then it should be signed off by the SGB. And then there should also be a maintenance plan for a 4-year cycle that must be updated annually. And the annual plan, this maintenance plan on a 4-year cycle, is once included what part of the school will require maintenance or replacement for that year, the level of priority of each maintenance item, the cost of each item, and who will do each job and when. Hello, like I said before, if you are going to request us to assist you with maintenance, in your maintenance plan, which items so we saying they need maintenance or the ones that need replacement? Which ones say it's okay SGB and which ones are you going to assign or the department you assist the So this will come from this maintenance plan. Yeah, a 4-year cycle, ring you will do it annually. A budget based on the maintenance plan showing what expenditure will be required that year. So, as our property officer who will assist with this maintenance plan and also assist with pricing this maintenance plan so that a signed-off maintenance plan will include which items are priority and which ones are not and which ones need replacement, and also identify which ones are going to be done by the SGB and which ones the SGB will not be able to do because of, obviously the budget is not a huge budget to undertake a major renovations, but those smaller stuff, we expect that the SGB should be able to attend to those. So this budget should now be given to the second manager who will then submit it to our district directors, which will, our property officers will submit to us so that when we get a request, then we can be able to identify what the schools or SGBs have done and where are we supposed to now step in as the department. Then we expect the committee must keep records of maintenance inspections, actions taken to rectify any faults found, and the cost of putting them right. And what we require also, there should be a system that is put in place for reporting to the district authorities for more serious problems that cannot be dealt with by the school. Also, one thing that we have realized, how can I into the administration building? How can I in the bathrooms? All these rules that are written, or even munyako or bathroom. But what we have not seen is how the classroom. Those set of rules are not written for the learners to read or baskaba vandalize a school. So it's like only for the adults in the administration block, or they want it kept clean and well maintained, and there's always all those things written, but this thing is not transferred to the learners. They should also respect their facilities. Because especially projects are renovation, usually we refuwe a block, and then we'll move the kids and we move to another block. But I can tell you, after 2 weeks, block of all renovating, it's a nix. We've never even touched that block because hahona tlhokomelo ya di facilities. They should respect the facilities. Now, lo tlabe le paintile le bota. Really clean. And then the next thing we tlo bona, o tla bona dustara in ntse e kulumakelwa le boteng le ketang o paintiwa last week. So those are the things that show us bana le bona ha ba rutui to take care of their facilities. So adi rules tsena dis ka da fella administration block le di classroom kwana di beteng. So what we also require and ask the SGB kore, smaller problems will grow into bigger problems. So if we attend at the smaller, ha leaking yana ile teng mole. If we attend at that time, how we have to hole and then even a bigger problem, immediately then we have to replace. So that's what we ask. So the maintenance procedure I will leave for now because we are going to do a road shows to all the districts to discuss the processes because it will take us time. And as you have this part or you have the presentation, I just want to move to, I think Dadim Khobo is. Now, while we are discussing the maintenance and upkeep of schools, the minister has now included an award for schools that are now maintaining and keeping up their schools clean and well maintained. And there's already a criteria for primary schools and a criteria for high schools. So this is something that is expected by the end of October. End of October, the Demokhobo will also be undertaking the nominations. The schools that should be given this award. Yeah, a top performing primary school in upkeep and maintenance of school facilities, and also the same for top performing high school in upkeep and maintenance of school facilities. So I think going further, Ndadem Khobo would explain this award going further.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Topic ya infrastructure ke re ke a tseba hore ke utlwile ha e bua ka bo di allowance batho ba belaela. But it's a very important topic. Remember, this is not the first and the last. We will still go to the circuits and engage more in the circuits on a number of aspects and topics that were presented here today. But it was important for us to have this understanding. In short, SGB infrastructure ke ntho tse four fela. administer, control, maintain, and improve the school property. Because school property belongs to the SGB. Now we go to the last presentation, very short presentation, and then thereafter, regulate the questions. It's a presentation on how best SGBs can support our learners. But colleagues are just emphasizing on some of the things. Mayor Imbizo, on behalf of Mr. Bazian, Mayor Imbizo will be doing the honor of just giving us the synopsis. Remember, Banabarona, they are about to write the examination. Grade 12 are starting from the 21st of October, and then the rest of our children will be starting from the 4th of November. Others will be writing from the 11th of November with the internal examinations. Now, what is your role? How best can we support our children? Mayor Imbizo, we are in your hands.
Let me also take this opportunity to thank you, Chief Director, the Program Director, acknowledge the presence of our Honorable MEC. Let me also align myself to the protocol that has been established here, Batswadi Dumelang. I am going to quickly run through the presentation. Nekina le tshepo ya hore nka fumana 30 minutes, but it looks like I can win. Okay, this is the presentation outline. I'm not sure why it's not showing. So I will not go through it. What I want us to also look at now, Batswadi ke the subject groupings. Ke nahana hore ka nako ena I will only focus on grade 10 to 12. There is a little bit of GEC that I will also be touching on. But the most important thing is that bana ba rona ba tshwanetse hore ebe bana le di languages tse pedi bonyane, e leng hore e tla ba a home language and a first additional language. Then we also have a selection group where they must choose between mathematics, mathematical literacy and technical mathematics. We also have what we call the electives. Continue. All right. I'm not sure now which slide. Okay, so I was saying, Batswadi, renali those subjects. In other words, at the end of the day, bana ba rona ba tshwantse ba be le a minimum of 7 subjects that includes life orientation. So it will be 2 languages. It will be life orientation, mathematics, mathematical literacy, or technical mathematics. And then lastly, it will be the group where they choose Oyakati fields, tse ba di kgethang. So we also have what we call, it's not moving. We also have what we call subject violation, Batswadi. We don't want our learners to choose the subjects that, yes, this is what I'm talking about, the disallowed subject combinations. Because if bana ba rona ba choose the subjects, tse ba sa tshwanelang ho di kopanya, they will not be certificated. So please note, a learner cannot choose mathematics and technical mathematics or mathematical literacy at the same time. They must choose one. And that's what is happening with all of those subjects. If a learner is doing CAT, computer applications technology, they can't combine it with information technology. The same with consumer studies and hospitality studies. In this group of languages, Batswadi, a learner can only choose one between Sepedi, Sesotho and Setswana. The same with isiXhosa, isiZulu, Siswati and isiNdebele, they can only choose one from those group of languages. So that's how it is. As our learners will be starting with their final exams, I mean all of them, but now focusing on the FET, this is the performance that we expect from them. For a grade 12 certificate, this is the performance. I'm not really going to go through it. This is the higher certificate. This is the diploma. And then we have what we call the bachelor, which I think most of us, if not all of us, already know by now. But what we also need to bear in mind, ke hore, this does not guarantee acceptance in a further education institution. That is why bana ba rona ba tshwantse ba tsebe already the points that they are supposed to obtain for them to be accepted in that particular field, what we call the admission point score. In short, we call it AP score. So I'll just focus on this one. A learner, for them to obtain a bachelor pass, which is the quality that the MEC talked about, they must at least obtain a level 3 in home language, which is 40% and above. They must at least obtain a 30% and above in first additional language. And then they must obtain a minimum of 50% in the 4 other subjects, excluding life orientation. Are we together, Batswadi? And then the other part that we also need to take cognizance of is that we don't have condonations in grade 10 and 11, but so bana are supposed to work hard so that they can pass on their own. They will not be condoned. And then in grade 12, it will only happen in a maximum of 1 subject, leading if that 1 subject is what they need for them to get the certificate. Otherwise, they will not receive in maybe 2 subjects or 3 subjects and so on. And the maximum that will be given is 2%. Are we together, Batswadi? But I'm sure already from grade 10, 11, you already know the past requirements. And so this is just an additional in grade 12 of a maximum of 2% in 1 subject, if that will allow them to qualify. I'm just going to run through this with the hope that you will also get this presentation. So this is the languages senior certificate versus the national senior certificate. This is how we are now calling the home languages. So this is the requirements for the SC. I'm only going to look at this slide. The candidates that register for SC, normally they write in May, June. They must at least pass 5 of the 6 subjects that they register for, and pass 3 subjects at 40% and above, and any other 2 at 30% and above. But the last subject, which is subject number 6, if they don't pass it, it must still be at least 20% and above, and then pass 2 languages. One of those must be a LOLT, the language of teaching and learning. Okay, I'll skip this one, colleagues, but maybe just a condonation as well. It applies the same way as the NSC, only 1 subject, a maximum of 2%. I'll also skip this one, and then I want to go to this one. Principles for combination. But I'm sure maybe some of us have even written these exams with the hope that we will combine a certificate. A certificate can then be issued to a candidate by combining subjects from SC amended or senior certificate or NSC, even N3 languages. Those can be combined, but only subjects that have been passed can be combined, and 1 failed subject. Remember the 6th subject of 20%. So we hope that you have received the timetable Yabana for the end of the year. They started with life orientation on the 2nd of September. They will be starting a full blast exam on the 21st of October, as Mr. Mokhobe has already indicated. And you'll notice, Batswadi Hore, this year, for the first time in a long time, we are not writing mathematics, mathematical literacy, and tech maths in the first week. So our learners can get into the mood of exams. They must really prepare well. Remember the importance of mathematics, the MEC touched on it. So this is the timetable. We are just flagging it here, but we do request that you receive a timetable from your schools. The other thing that we want to bring your attention to is we have subjects like English, where all the learners are writing, either at a home language level or at a first additional language, even at a second additional language. So if your child, Batswadi ke ngwana a tsamayang ka public transport, it means on those days it will be very hectic because all learners are writing. So encourage your child to wake up early so that they have enough time to get to the school and all of that. So that is the rest of the timetable. The last paper will be written on the 28th. It will be the CAT and IT rewrite on the 28th of November. The marking, we hope to start around that time as well. Now, I'm not also going to go through all of these, but these that I'm going to touch on have been taken from these regulations. This is for the national senior certificates. But what here we are really requesting you to discourage our learners in all forms, not to engage in any irregularities. You'll see as we continue with the presentation. I will skip this one. Mostly, our learners in grade 12, the NSC candidates, they like to involve themselves in bringing crib notes or even cell phones in the exam rooms. Please, parents, let's talk to our learners. They must not bring these crib notes. They must not bring cell phones into the exam rooms, because should a learner be found in possession of unauthorized material, it being maybe crib notes, the candidate's results for that subject will be declared null and void. It will be like they wrote for nothing. And then the candidate may be barred, depending on the severity of the case, from a minimum of 1 to a maximum of 3 subsequent examinations. We don't want that for our children, Batswadi. We want them to write, we want them to be resulted. When results come out, get the certificates, go further their studies, or go look for jobs, or whatever it is that they plan to do with their lives. Different handwritings on scripts, so they must not change scripts amongst themselves. Invigilators have been trained. Some districts are still training to avoid these things. They must also be vigilant. Okay, I'll skip this. Oh, this one is script notes that are found at a marking center. When actually we have invigilators that are invigilating our learners, they're supposed to be picking up this at the center, not at the marking center. And then another one that is also important, colleagues, it's not only accounting, there's about 6 subjects where there are special answer books. Let us make sure that our learners, they do read the instructions of the question papers so that they can know which subjects are they supposed to receive special answer books. We had to deal with a case of candidates that did not receive the correct answer books, and they lost about 89 marks out of 300 in accounting only this year in May, June. Copying from fellow candidates, attempting or trying to get assistance from other candidates, it's also an irregularity, Batswadi. Our learners must not try to get help from other learners or even assist other learners, because even the one that assists will also be faced with the same sanction of the results being declared null and void and being barred from participating in future examinations. And then another one which is important, we have not seen it in the Free State, access to leaked question papers. Should it happen that a learner be aware that there's a leaked question paper, maybe they got it through WhatsApp, they must immediately report, because if they conceal, we take it that they are part of it. And with this one, colleagues, the head of exams or his or her nominee must report to SAPS within 24 hours, because it's a criminal offense. This is now for the senior certificate. I will not go through them because they are similar to the national senior certificate. But we also had a case now in May, June, where a candidate presented fraudulent identification or being an impersonator where they were writing for other candidates. Let us again, colleagues, discourage our learners from doing that, because this is also a criminal case that must be reported with SAPS within 24 hours, and then the results for that paper may be declared null and void, and candidate may be barred from participating in the exam for a minimum of 1 to a maximum of 3 exams. It is the same here, colleagues, so I will skip that. Now, the turnaround time, the reason why, colleagues, we are saying please discourage our learners from participating in any form of irregularity. It is because it takes about 2 weeks just to set up a team for the investigation, another 2 weeks for the hearing, it's already a month. And then after that, we need to consolidate, prepare for the PEIC meeting, which is the provincial body. After having presented all of the cases to the provincial body, now we wait for the date that will be issued to us by the national body, which is DBE. So by the time that whole process is concluded, it's already 3 months. So it means that candidate, if the results will be released on the 16th of January next year, that candidate will not get the results on the 16th of January. So that is why they must refrain from involving themselves in any irregularity. So I will not go through it because it is exactly what I've just explained. After having received a ratification by DBE, now the case of the candidate, we must do a submission to the HOD, where the HOD will approve based on the severity of the case, whether it will be barring of a 1 or a maximum of 3 exams that the candidate will not participate in, and all of that will again take some time. So we are saying, colleagues, please discourage learners, because this whole process can delay the release of the results of the candidates. Okay, I was also requested to just briefly touch on this one, but this one basically, it is candidates that decide, for instance, in the May, June, where candidates will just rock up in the morning at the exam center to say, I'm here to write exams, when they did not register. So Batswadi, those candidates that want to register for the senior certificate, we have opened from the 1st of October for next year, May, June, senior certificate. Please start registering, encourage our learners to register so that they are not found to have not been registered. Because we also have what we call an Annexure A, which is an undertaking, where if a candidate has written but was not registered, that candidate will not be resulted because they did not register. Remember, colleagues, all of these, including the sanctions, these are all based on what is happening in the Free State must also happen in the Eastern Cape, in the Limpopo province, and all other provinces. So please, parents, encourage our learners to register. And we also have what we call the prelims, just to check, did we register you correctly? Is it for the correct subjects? So when prelims come, let us correct them if they are incorrect, so that you are correctly registered. So these are just but a few tips, colleagues. The MEC and the speakers before her, they said really a lot of them, and I'm sure you seated there, you also have a few that you can think of or that you are implementing even at your schools. But we are saying, please support our learners emotionally, even through other available help, like if you need our assistance as the Department of Education, Social Development, and all other sister departments. Remember also the Department of Education will sometimes even talk over radios, so the subject advisors will be giving guidance and all of that. Please make use of all the platforms that are available. Ensure that they attend all classes, very important, camps that are arranged by the school, because this is now where they do the last push programs. They really work with the learners to make sure that they get the best that they can. We will also be having a pledge signing ceremony, and in that, at the back, they also have, not at the back, the pledge itself, it explains exactly what the do's and don'ts are. So our learners will also be embarking on that on the 18th of October, and then reduce their chores during this time. Batswadi? can we really assist them? We know that we are not saying they will not be doing nothing at all, but let us please really reduce their chores during this time so that they can have more time studying. Encourage them to spend more time studying than on their phones, because you know, even some parents will even take those smartphones and then give them chararas just so that they can communicate. Because some of them, they spend more time on social media than on their books. So you know your children, assist them accordingly. I know others will also be using Facebook, just not, you know, to communicate with other people, but to go through past question papers, get assistance for particular subjects and so on. But like I'm saying, you know your children. If you know that they are addicted to social media, then rather take the phone and give them a jarara. Encourage them, allow them time to exercise, you know, just to also clear their minds. Create a conducive atmosphere. The MEC talked to this one. Avoid stress for them during this time. Show genuine interest in their schoolwork. Check with them. How are they doing? How are they coping? Can you assist? How was the paper? And so on. Encourage them instead of doubting them. Don't compare them with the child next door that this one is getting level 7s, you ought to get the same level 7s. Attend school meetings where expected so that you can also know how to assist your child, because different schools have different ways of assisting learners. Where, for instance, you are requested to involve yourselves in incubations by being guards or by being there to cook for the children and all of those things, please assist parents. And then also we are saying get copies of the exam timetable and the programs of the school so that you know when is your child writing, you can assist them in waking up and all of those things. Okay, now this is just the GC part. We have 261 schools that have been sampled where they will be writing from the 13th to the 21st of November. This is for this year a pilot, but by the end of 2025, all grade 9s will be writing the GEC. And what we are going to be writing this year, colleagues, is home language, first additional language, mathematics paper 1, EMS paper 2, and natural sciences. And all these papers will be set by DBE. Again, we also ask parents to assist us. Remember, these are now the grade 9s, because this is where they will now decide whether I'm going the agricultural way or the commerce way, or and so on, or the science way. And in my conclusion, Batswadi, we are saying success without integrity is failure. That is why it is important that our learners must always remember that they must go in that exam room without compromising themselves with carrying crypt notes, cell phones, and so on.
No, thank you very much, ma'am. She's another round of applause for all the presenters. We are done with the presentations. We are done with the presentations. We now want to give an opportunity to all our governors who are here. You have been making notes from the first presentation where the MEC shared a vision with us. Then it was on the Bella Act. Then it was also on the school safety, your role as SGBs. And also information and to dispel the myth around the budget cuts, and also your role in administering, controlling, maintaining, and improving the school property. And the last one, information sharing on how best we can support our children during this difficult time of the examinations. So we are going to give you an opportunity to raise those questions. I want to believe we do have got the roving mics. We have got roving mics there. I'm going to start on my right-hand side. On my right-hand side, I will see by show of hand. Re thuse mo ka di roving mic. Sorry. I see the first hand. Just the first hand, and please go straight to the question. Don't give history. May I request this 1, 2. Ke kopa ha go supa be re kgona ho ema re tsebe re tsamana. Ke 1, if you can just stand up there. 1, 2, and then 3. The red. The gentleman with the red, and then 4. Our airman that the road. Is that 1, 2? Yes. And then there's also another one behind the me. Yes, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 memora. And then there's a last hand there. Yes. There's also another one behind you. Yes. Thank you very much. In that order, there are 8 people there. Let's start.
Question saka di pedi fela. Live bodies at schools. Renale problem ya gangsterism. Seriously, and as indicated kwa Bella Act, we don't need it in Tosekanse. And the lady budget cut it, I understand that. Yabobedi, asbestos at schools. We still have schools in lady asbestos, whereby I think for now in 2021, not to let it go eradicate you. How not la cheletia DBSA.
Thank you very much. Issue gangsterism and issue the asbestos.
Number 6.
Where am
Key number 2 more.
Number 3.
All right.
Who am I?
Okay, dumelang ha ke lebohe ke sebaka se ke se fumanang ke mme Portia Masilo hla Masilo nyana sub region mo sekolong sa Naledi ya Botjhabela. Ke utlwile ke batla ho tla tabeng ya discipline like le bana boitshwaro ba bana. Re kopana le bana ba hlayang malapeng ba tla bana le anger ba kwatile dikolong. Then ebe ba ntshetsa bohloko ba bona baneng ba bang. Then ha o le jalo o thola hore motho a ipotsa hore na mofuta wa punishment wa ngwana ona a ka o thola ke mofuta wa punishment. Yes, ke utlwile ho itse wena re tlamehile re etseng. But kana go ngwe motho o boba wa re ti hore ngwana o tlo feta o ntse ka le bothata o tlo feta ke dithuto hape. Then ke batla ho thusa hlakong la mofuta o jalo na ke mo ka ga thuswang. Then e ka ga hape re ka thusa ka taba ya hore bana ba mofuta o jalo ba ka ba le counseling. Ba cancelwe hore ha ba fita ka di class ka ba ka ga tsa sekolo ba se ke ba tla ka bothata o di ba ntse rena le mathata ke a lebo.
Thank you very much. Wa boraro he mongaka.
Thank you, Daddy. I'm from Lady Tlabetsi Primary School. I'm the chairperson of that marvelous school.
Okay.
I've got a question regarding the final exam, the grade 12 exams. What happens in the event when a learner can't avail him or herself for examinations to write the finals? Because of a serious car accident, underwent extensive procedure on the spine. Can such a learner apply to write the final exam in the hospital bed? I thank you.
Thank you very much. We swear remember Caesar. Okay. Yes. And then the gentleman there.
Dumelang batho ba baholo. Nna ka lebitso ke Pule Molawa. Chairperson ya SGB mo Sidibeng sa Thuto. Ka Caleb Motsabi. My thing is about school safety. More especially bana ba tshelang sekolo ne o ka tlo fumana hore about 85% ya bana ba tloa from that informal settlement e o re reng ke ka Phomolong ba tshela R702 which is a national road and then ba tla ka sekolong sena which was originated or se tlo ba ka Phomolong. Potso ya ka e ho Dr. Munyane motho wa infrastructure le MEC hore na ka Phomolong jwalo ka sekolo seo Sidibeng sa Thuto se tlameha se ye ka Phomolong ebe re tla se fumana neneng hobane re shebile ntho e etsaetseng nako e telele mo fumanang hore bana ba thulwa ke dikoloi. And another thing ke hore ha pula e nele bana ha ba kgone ho ya sekolong ka lebaka la ditsela tse sa tsamaeng. Now re hloka sekolo ka Phomolong jwalo ka ile hore sekolo seo se tlameha go se ka Phomolong and mashatara ha ho bata mashatara a bata ke sekolo sa mashatara a bata and then e ba bothata bakeng sa sekolo ne re kopa hore na re ka thusa jwang ka sekolo ke a leboha.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Program Director. Nake Sabata Tsibani from Olin High School Deputy Chairperson in Karib District. I just want to raise the sort of first to the MEC, my leadership. The first one, I heard the leadership talk about the garden, food garden in every school. Maybe I will appreciate if the MEC can give me veg because already we have started the MEC. And I will appreciate when you come to my school. The other one is the factor term. I will hear you talking about the factor term. Since only in about 7 years, we don't even have a factor term at our school. And even, I just want to ask, what is the role of the SGB in access of the access educators? We hear the MEC say the SGB must be part. But we already hear when it comes from the management, where our role is on that thing. Thank you. And the other one on the Bella Bill. The Bella Bill, it don't accommodate. I hear they say grade R is compulsory. What about the educators of the grade R? Because the Bella Bill don't talk about, are they going to be absorbed or what? Thank you. And the other one, Program Director, I just want to infrastructure.
Okay.
I can note to infrastructure program director. Yes, we can apply to infrastructure. What is our role as SGB? Yes, we can decide, but when we inquire about things of infrastructure to office, then you hear an official tell you we cannot talk to them. Is the principal role to talk to them. So what is our role, if we sit as an SGB to give you instruction, talk to the official, but then they say no, the principal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Kim Memona. Okay, please. Yes, madam.
Ki Memunonyani, Utswa Kaman Kamatoporo, Karib District.
School ma?
Itimelem Primary School. Nake na li khwao elong me fela ntatwaka. Ki tabetseng hore ka sheku ki phumana ke le mona ke tsebe ho fetisetsa potso ena bo etapeleng bo teng ka sheku tlasa Department of Education. Sekolong sa Itimeleng re na le bana we call them learners with learning barriers. Haba khone ho iphumana ba placetswe dikolong tse ba tlameleng ba bane ho tsona. Like haba khone ho iphumana ba admitwe bo pholoho jwalo jwalo. Then challenge bana bana ba dula ba le sekolong moo ha ba kgone ho ya moo ba tlameileng ba ye teng. And at a certain age ba ntshiwa sekolong. Ha ba ntshiwa sekolong ba ya hae. Ha ba na le skill nyana se ba tswang ka hara sekolo. Then ke be ke kopa ka nako e nngwe ke motswadi wa ngwana eo a jwalo o sa bile a le hae. Ke be ke kopa hore bana bao ha ona ka mokgwa ba ka thusetswang hore ba ka etsa bo mesebetsi ya matsoho, cause ba bang ha ba kgone ho ngola, ba bang o thola ba dula ba le kantle because mo ba leng teng ha se mo ba tlameleng ba be teng, but because of ke bana ba tlamele ba kene sekolo, they are there. So ne ke kopa department ka nnete e ke thusetse because ntho e etsalang e bohloko haholo la e fitla ho rona batswadi. Thank you, Dad.
Thank you very much, man. The last two at the back there.
Ke a leboha motsamaisi wa mosebetsi. Ya buang mona ke Thekiso Ramongalo, chairperson ya Lenyoka la Thuto Comprehensive Secondary School ka Botshabelo. Potso ya ka ya pele fela moetapele ke utlwile ho bua ka safety dikolong. Mme ntho e ke hlokometse ho dikolong bana ba tla ka dibetsa tse le hore di a tshabeha, ba tla ka di-drugs, ba tla ka matekwane, ka dipidisi, mme matitjhere ha ba ba kgalemela e ba moferefere. Jwale potso ya ka ke hore na ke motjha ofe o tshwanetseng o latelwe ho searcha bana bao o leng hore o nepahetse, hobane ha ke searcha ntle le tumello ke molato. Potso ya ka ya bobedi ke hore ha ke utlwe ho bua ka safety ya matitjhere dikolong e leng hore bana ra bona marangrang mona ba attack matitjhere dikolong, ho matitjhere a mangata a ikutlwang hore a batla ho tsamaya lebitso la bana be le hore le bona matitjhere a hlekefetswe. Lefapha lona le reng ka tshireletso ya matitjhere a e leng hore bana ba ba lwantsha dikolong?
Thank you.
Thank you. Ere ke leboge motsamaisi wa mosebetsi. Ka lebitso ke Baba Sebolao. Ke tswa ko sekolong sa legae commercial high. My point is directed to the doctor. You know, our school was a primary for a very long time. It has just been converted to a high school. The problem is that the school is converted on books. The infrastructure is still the same. But my student Aruna, even next year, a metric class. They are still using the facility. It's a primary. And we've been requesting the department to assist. The toilet is about A to date. So nerekopa intervention from the department. We cannot be a commercial high school, but the infrastructure does not even show that we are a commercial high school. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Khosi Baba. Fine, thank you very much. Bomele Wondate. Thank you very much. Regretile this site. Come on, Jogopa Arto Peter Seba Sibili. Ebang Tuno Wata Webota is a butite Harefete. How go super out Emma, so that the one. And then Tate Emma and that work. Lebaba Bidibane Mono, Luenan Tate fine. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Very 13. Fine, let's start here. Okay. a re dumelane bomme le bontate ke re bane ba le mametse le bona ba mameleng.
Thank you, Program Director. Yeah, I just have 3 questions. Question ya ka ya pele ke it's in relation to the Bella Act, clause 8. E buang ka search and seizure. Potso ya ka ke gore because there's a clause or there's a word e berekisiwang ya reasonable suspicion. E leng gore le ha e bua ka the principle to allow the search. E bua ka that reasonable suspicion. Now, my question is because we let them to look at the involvement of police. The CPA, Section 23, Section 13, yeah, the Police Act. It does allow the peace officers to enter premises and search without a warrant. How does that merge? How does that come together? With this clause, there must be a suspicion. Before they can search, there must be this reasonable suspicion. That's number 1. Number 2, Ms. Kabat,
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, question I think I raised this question the last time under the Louis Water. Question ya training. It's easy to say all of these things, no, but Karijo Chante Benile signage, Chante Benile evacuation plan, has there been training, especially from your office? Because there's no training at all. Yeah, the safety officers, there's no training to say this is how you should do it, this is how it's done. So question of training, when is training going to be done? Specifically, modern issues specific to these particular issues such as safety. Then the last one, MEC le me Ntabezo, it deals the issues that the budget cuts and the austerity measures. Because from the solutions that I had, I believe that there are short-term solutions.
Okay, bommele bontate re kopa.
Yes.
Batho ba gona botsang dipotso ha re straight ne?
Okay.
Just go straight.
Yes.
Re be ba kgutshwanyane ne? Okay, please.
Chairperson, I think Remo Pizzo.
Re batla ba ska etsa lerata ke re ano.
Okay.
Ba o sitisa ke.
No, it's fine. No, I can't problem. Can I know about what's on
Ska ba araba khosi. Ska ba araba.
Thank you for protecting us, Chair. My question is in a long term. The department, it was in terms of, because I don't see the revenue base expand in the near future. And now my question then becomes, are we going to find solutions to resolve the problems that this budget cuts? Thank you.
Thank you. Re kopa botsa potso straight. Don't give a background to the question, just go straight to the question.
Dumelang, ka lebitso ke Kgotso ka sefane ke Ratefane.
Okay, bommele bontate ra kopa please.
Oh, dumelang, ka lebitso ke Kgotso ka sefane ke Ratefane, ke tswa Garib district, ke tswa sekolong se thwa ke na le di intermediate school. Ebile ke combined intermediate. So ke tswa masepaleng ya Mohokare. Ke tlo kopa nthwena, MEC, ke kopa office tsa district ya Garipi, di be Garipi, ha di tloe motheo. Ke buella motheo ke kgathetse kore ba fuwe 2000 kilometers di case tse ba tlamela ba di tsamaye. Ha ba tlamela ho fita di masepaleng tse re leng ho tsona. Di kilos di felletse tlamela ba khotele Bloemfontein. Ha ba di tloswe, ha e bane ha ba batle ho ya Garipi. Ha o irwe bana ba Garipi, ba batla ho sebetsa Garipi. Ke tlo kopa e nngwe sekolong se nna ke leng ho sona sena robotic. Premier MEC ke kopa ntho ne tswe jena ha re tlwele ho tlisetswa di robot tse installetsweng China Bana ba bo rona ha ba tlo di programma mona na South Africa. Re tsebe ho ntshetsa South Africa pele kapa Free State pele. Ha re programmelwa dintho China di tla sentse di entswe ba kopanya re ba etsa ba be domola ho qetela. Re na le class ya no twang ke di special class SO1 and SO2. Re na le bothata ka bana ba SO1 and SO2 MEC. Bana bao ha ba fita ha grade 9 ba tlamehile ho ya grade 10 ba ya dikolong tse ding ba struggle because the special classes ha di yo di high school tse ding. So bana ba rona ba qetelletse ho ba bitswa ba ntho tsana tse twang ke di didactic ha ba fika kolong tse ding. Ntho eno e khoswa ke rona batho be le reng ba ka udimo ditulong. Lokisang hore a ke re na le skill makeisheneng le ile la re ha le bua le dibela billing re kopa batswadi be le hore ba fuwe ba na le di skill ba tle dikolong yetsang plan jwalo ka MEC ya education hore batho bano ba ya dikolong ba gona hore ba fumane support hore ba thuse bana bao because bana bao ba tswa ka skill se ba senang sona ba lo dula location ba qetelletse e le di victim tse le hore di tlo rape batswadi ba rona di tlo bolaya bana ba bo rona di tlo re bolaya le rona.
Okay.
Yetsang something.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Ke lebohile.
Okay. Where is our mic? Bua mme o tshwere mic.
Ke a leboha ntate Mokgobo. Ke se ke dumedisitse ke mme Jubingalo, principal ya Bloemfontein Primary School ka Garib. Ke na le dipotso tse pedi. Ya pele ke kopa fela ho botsa MEC le office hore na le Dr. Monyane hore how long does it take hore di project dikolong di phethahale. For instance, I got there in 2020 an admin block having burned and we have been on the list since then hore re ahelwe the admin block. Le hona jwale ka mora ditshepiso tse ngata re ntse re eme because every time re thola update hore le listing re atla empa ntse re eme jwale ne ke kopa fela ho botsa how long does it take to complete that project. Ya bobedi ke ya hore being a school e offerang di home language tse pedi but re le sebakeng se senyenyana taba ya provisioning e re affecta in a negative way whereby re bana le matitjhere in excess but when you actually look at the load ya matitjhere we cannot afford hore titjhere abe in excess ho ba re na le Sexhosa le Sesotho load ya matitjhere e udimo e ka ba re ka thuswa jang rona on the waiting ya provision ya di post sekolong. Ke a leboha.
All right. Morao mane ne ke kopa no re tla ke tla re ta romela batho ka ntle ka mo ntate ntho a le ka re thusa fela ka ntle ka mane ke utlwa ho thwe o na ne mo ferefere ka ntle wa taba tsa dijo ne se di paketswe batho ba qetella ba qhadile le dijo ka ntle ka mane. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Batho ba rona ba senya dintho tse ntle. Ka nnete ba senya dintho tse ntle. Ke a re fentate le ba eme mono jwale se re senyetswa ke batho ba ka ntle ka kwana jwang.
Goeiemiddag, my naam is Steven van Salman. Ek kom van Bloemfontein af, Rekailetse Hoërskool. Twee vraagte wat ek aan my leiers het. Die eerste vraag wil ek aan my leiers vra met nederigheid. Kan my leiers asseblief vir ons as die SGB op Bloemfontein gaan help met die ouers? Want wanneer ons iets besluit het met die ouers, dan draai hulle dit, dan is dit teen ons. So ons het julle kragte nodig. Die tweede ding, onze kragdraad was afgesny. En ons het dit gerepeteer by die distrik. En tot vandaag toe, as daar klasse wat nie kraag het nie. Onze kinders kan nie lewe sonder kraag nie. Dankie.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
My name is Charles Human. I'm from the SGB at Joe Solomon. I just have one question. Would a new Act of 32 of 2024, which is the Basic Education Law Amendment Act, being in process currently now, does that mean all of our constitutions, all the SGBs, all of our policies need to be aligned with that one? Because currently, all of our constitutions and our policies is in line with Act 88, with the previous one of 1995. And if so, will the department also provide education and workshops for us to do that? Because I foresee that is going to be a problem as we've just started the new year and Bella has just hit upon us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Dumelang bomme le bontate. Ke ntate Mosebo tswa Matsidiso Intermediate School Brandfort. Issue e ke batlang bua ka yona e tswa visioning ya Dr. Maboya. Mo fumanang hore tulo e tshwana le Brandfort ho sebediswa language e one dikolong ke Sesotho kaofela. And ho tlo ba le introduction ya bilingual assessment. So in terms of parental involvement, re mme a buang Xhosa ka tlung a thuse ngwana ka Sesotho ha tlile ka mosebetsi wa Sesotho na. Ya bobedi ke ya inclusive education. Ki fumana hore under research ntse ke etsa re fumana hore matishera mangata kapa di SBA coordinators habana knowledge in terms of computer the SNA 1 and SNA 2, whereby if it impact the referrals se ba tlamileng go etsuwa ke bana o fumana ngwana o tswa primary a sa tsebo ngolo ha fita grade 9 ke ona matshera ba ipikapang. So as the department, what are we saying about that lack of knowledge and skills in completing SNA 1 and SNA 2 se sebediswang for the referrals? Ke a leboha.
All right, Ndare.
Ndiyabulela ndikupasa kaKhobeni eBethule ePelesir Combined School. Ndiya apho ithole lefele khona.
E tshwarele ho le fela re khone utlwa ya. Dankie sir.
Pelesir mane re na le hostel tse pedi ya boys le girls. Re na le batho ba sebetsang security. Empa ba sebetsa ka o di girls haholo re na le bothata ka mane ba shemane ne re batla utlwa MEC le lona mo hodimo le reng, because a re bua le bona ba re mamele re le SGB ba sebetsa ka bananeng and bothata bo ka boyseng. A re bua le bona ba bua ka union no ne re kopa thuso ka ntwe e nngwe ke ya infrastructure. Ne re kopa ntate a sebetsang ka infrastructure re tlohelle ho romellwa dikontraka tsa Limpopo re na le batho Free State kapa mane Qharipi. Ke bua jwale tjena re na le kontraka e fitlile mane sekolong. Ha re batla ho bua le bona ba re ba qetile le department ba iketsetsa thato ya bona. Bana ba ntse ba khutliswa sekolong ba penta mona le mane kore ba disturba sekolo. Dankie ke a leboha.
Ke a dumedisa.
No ra qeta bomme o setse ba babedi fela be re qeta re bitsa bana.
Ke nna Thembeka ka lebitso.
Askis?
Ke nna Thembeka ka lebitso. Ke Mvubu ka Sefane. Ke tswa mane lehaeng la Philippolis Primary School. Ke utlwile mme a bua mo ka di access teachers tse sa kgoneng hore di ka tsamaya di siwe sekolong tse ding. Empa neng re na le bothata ka ka ditlaka tsa rona a rena tlaka re na le 5 years re sena tlaka e mane e ya thusa fela ene jwale tlamehile re etse ditšhelete hore a kgone ho patala ene taba ya bobedi ke ena ke mona o ntate Dr. Munyane wa infrastructure ke a kopa o rometse batho ba ye ho rona mane ba ilo lokisa di-class dikolo di kwetswe empa neng ha ba zange ba sebetsa ho fihlela lena ke hona ba yang ka sheku lena ha e sale re ba emetse ene taba ya bobedi ya boraro ke kopa ntate atle doctor atle a ska re hee batho bane ba tla bona ba na le ntho ya ho siya mosebetsi o le half o sa yetsuwa ha re ba bontsha ba be ba re hee re tla khutla hape a re batle makhutla hape re kopa ba lokise dintho tseo ba tlameleng ho lokisa ba tswe ba tsamaye he.
All right, okay. A re batle makhutla hape a kere. Ha tlile a tla tlo sebetsa. All right. Ke ntate be ba ntate be re qeta man.
Dumelang batswadi, honorable MEC, members from the government, our principals.
Mamela ntate tshwarela hantle mono. Thank you.
Batswadi ke le dumedisa kaofela. Honorable, we are very happy even the MEC is aware of some of the subjects in this curriculum we are teaching our children, that some of the subjects they are not helping our children. Even the researchers have seen that many of our youth, they finish school but they don't know what to do. We have many graduates that we have in this country, but nobody knows where to go. So the MEC, there is a problem in these subjects that we are learning our children. Because most of the things that we see, we are only teaching our children science and technology. Seeing that science and technology almost is the very same thing. We don't teach our children science and philosophy. Because if we know where we were from, because when we are talking about education, education is to be civilized. So if we see our people, sometimes they are educated, but you don't see civilized in their meditation. So if the MEC will just come and gonna check the system and the way our teachers are teaching the children to encourage more, as the MEC was talking about, on opening to farm at the schools. We are busy, want to support the MEC with everything that we have.
Thank you, Iswar. No, Harry Iswar, German. Thank you very much. No, ntwen data buang gore bana ba rute philosophy. Tlamehile ba rute le philosophy sekolong no go tshwere German. No, thank you very much. All right. Renane ba babedi ba o qetela. Ha re fefela bana ke bona ba eme ba babedi bana re sa fa ba bang. Ke ntate mono le mme ka tracksuit e green and yellow.
Ke a leboha ntate. Ke sebela ka sefane. Ke tswa ko sekolong sa Simmere.
Sekolo sa
sebela.
All right.
Ke na le point tse pedi ya pele ke ya ntate wa infrastructure. Ntate wa infrastructure ha tlhaloswa role ya ma councilor, especially local government. in terms of the project, it's the infrastructure, because they create a problem. The people are claiming 30%, but threaten the project as well. The copa for that one must also that infrastructure. What is the role of the councillor so that the councillor responsibility are to what they are. At least what to say it's principal project are higher sal councillor about confusion. Yabo bedi kodu kolon zarona who develop and safety plan. Marao sheba safety plan they are not in line. Let us station some small. In terms of law, the station commanders, but I mean by the open to community safety plan. Now it's advisable that our school's governing board have a plan. Their plan, it must be in line. Their station commander, so that the issues are safety in the school, they can also be addressed.
Kalebua batswadi na ke me ke lebogile thulo ke member ya SGB ke hla sekolong sa Lebelo primary Botshabelo didi mare he ha kana rona sekolong sa rona ha rena bothata ke hore high school tsa ka section D hona le sekolo bana ba dula ba khutla each and every time ho to di di fedile sekolo
All right. Okay. No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Are mamelane bagolo are kwale mme mpendi mic jwale khutlisandi mic khutlisandi mic thank you very much ke kopa hore re mamelane jwale re tsebo kwala are mamelane re tsebo kwala ra kopa ba gaisho please thank you dipotso kaofela ha tsona re di utlwile me taba e re tla etsa ke ena ha re mamelane handanta batho ba etsang rata ke bana ka ntle taba e re tlo etsa ke ena he bomme tse ding tsa dipotso ke ditlhaiso tse re tlameileng re khutlele morao ka tsona tse e leng hore re tlameile ho etswe di-training tse keneletseng re buile re kala mona ra re this is not the last but we'll still have to come back more tla tlameha re di seketeng re etse di-training tse keneletseng however re tlo ba le mo e leng hore o batla di karabo tse tla kgonang ho thusetsa empa tse ding ke notile hore tlameile o be le ntho e tshwanang tsa bo di-training tsa bo hobane ho na le motho a buileng ka hore matitjhere ba sokola ho tlatsa bo di-SNE 1 SNN 2 ka bo di-Bella Act le dintho tse kaofela mara re tlo etsa hore re di lokisa hantle but ka sena sebaka ke tlo kopa di-colleague ba re fela tlatla ho tse ding tse tlameileng ho arabelwa ho tsona boholo ba tsona ke tsa hao doctor a arabe hantle doctor re tle le ho tsa safety a ke re ya garipu re di-office di ye kwa ga e batle karabo e tlamehile e tsale
Ya ba ntlhatsetse.
ha re mamelane ke doctor kgone ho araba le mme wa safety
Dumelang hape batswadi. Ke tlotla ke araba di question but ntwe ke tlo e hlalosa. Ha ke araba question e tlotla e araba le di question tse ding tse tsamaisanang le yona. Now una le question e la botswa ya sekolo sa dibeng sa tsebo or kapa no sekolo sa Caleb Motshabi hore na sekolo se tlotla se auaneng o ba bana ba tsheletse ka phomolong ke tlotla ke araba le ela ya hore admini e ileng ya tjha hore na project ya teng ho nka nako e kae pele ya arabelwa so ha ke tlo araba e tlotla e addressa question dipotso tseo le yeah, I think tse pedi tseo di tla addresswa bomme le bontate dikolo tsa rona ka hara Freistata di feta 1,000 jwale ka infrastructure ha financial ya iqala kapa ditlhoko tsa dikolo kaofela le ditlhoko tseo district e di isang infrastructure tsa dikopo either tsa ho improve curriculum kapa ho change dikolo into focus schools ntho tseno kaofela tjhelete eo re e sebedisang ho aha dikolo le ho aha di-additional classrooms dikolong tse le horeng di overcrowded ho addressa ntho ya di-asbestos ho attenda dikolo tsa kgale tse le horeng maemo a teng ha sa thabisa di ka nna kore ha di maemong a lokileng le ho araba dikopo tseo di-principala tse le horeng re di fumana each and every day re di etsa ka grant jwale grant ena e bitswang education infrastructure grant e na le di-condition hore ha o fumane grant o tshwanetse o sebedise tjhelete ena ka metjha e latelang jwale budget ya rona e dividile ka di-item tse ka bang 4 or 5 ho isa ho se tsheletseng now ho na le budget e le horeng e entswa for ho aha dikolo tse ntjha jwale ho aha dikolo tse ntjha ho batla ho le theko e hodimo haholo ha nka bua le wena hona jalo budget e re fumanang ha ebe re aha dikolo tse tsheletseng ka hara Freistata kaofela 60% ya budget e sentse e commituwe already ka dikolo tseo tse tsheletseng tse le horeng di bakuwa ke bana ka tshubuhlellano now jwale ka mora moo grant ya rona e re budget e o e fumaneng o tshwantse o spende 60% ya budget o maintaina dikolo tsa kgale tseo di se di le teng e seng ho aha dikolo tse ntjha jwale 40% e setseng o tshwantse o aha di-classroom tse dikolong tse le horeng bana ba na le overcrowding o bo etse di-major renovations moo and then ha o qeta moo hape o bo etse le maintenance ona o re reng ke unplanned maintenance ona e le horeng re latela metjha ya hore dikolo ha di na le bo di-pipe tse thubeileng jwalo di-toilet tse sa sebetseng dintho tseo kaofela ho etsa ho aha di-administration block ho aha di-grade R classroom tse ntjha ho aha di-kitchen for dikolo kaofela ha tsona di wela fela ka hara 40% jwale as infrastructure le kopuwa hore le be le 10-year plan ya lona hore na ke eng e le tlo e etsa ka budget ya lona on a 10-year plan ha o qeta plan ena e reducewa to ntho e re bitsang medium term expenditure ka 3 years. Jwale 3 years eo ona le ntho e re bitsang hore ke IMP, ke infrastructure asset management plan. E le horeng ditlhoko tsa rona tsa dilemo tse 10 ho ya kwana hore na ke tse feng. Jwale ha o qeta o nka di-project tsena o di kenya ka hara 10-year plan ya hao, every year ha o tlo haha or o tlo etsa anything ka budget ya hao, ho na le ntho e bitswang table B5. E le horeng table B5 yena e re ka financial yena re leng ho yona ya 24-25 ke di-project tsena tse re tlang ho di etsa ka budget ya lemose. Jwale ha o entse plan eo ya table B5 le yena ya asset management plan, ha o tla o tlo etsa di-project tseo tsa lemo sena tse le horeng o itse wena this year ke di-project tsena tse di tlo di etsa, tlo tlang di kena planning e re bitswang hore ke procurement plan. Ha o sa latele di-project tseo tse o itseng wena o tlo di etsa, jwale ho na le bo di-admin tse tla tjhang jwale ka mme a buile mole, ke dintho tse le horeng di ne di se ka hara plan. Jwale ha o nka budget o e tlosa mo o itseng o lo plana teng, then o attenda ntho e le horeng ha eyo planning, e re bitsetsa ntho ele o theng ke irregular expenditure. E le horeng batho ha ba utlwa ba ba makala e kare ho jowa ditjhelete, empa e le ho attenda dintho tse le horeng ha di yo planning. Jwale building e tjhele, jwale re tshwantse, we must now leave the plan that we have and attend to an emergency that was not planned, kapa anything e le horeng ya tla and it was not planned for. Jwale auditor general ha tla o re o itse o tlo etsa di-project tsena but now ha o sa di etsa o etsa tsena. Jwale e re fa audit finding ha o etsa di-plan tse le horeng o no sa di beya motjheng wa hao wa financial ya ha e tlo qala. Jwale mathata a rona ke yao a hore ditlhoko tsa dikolo kaofela ha se kaofela re ka di etsang ka nako e dikolo di expectang ka yona, hoba le rona re na le moo re tshwantseng ho latela metjha e re itseng re tlo e etsa. Bonneteng ho na le tseo re kgonang hore re leke hore re di kenye la di seyo planning, but ha se kaofela re ka kgonang hore re di etse ka nako e leng, hoba dikolo tsa rona di ngata le budget re nang le yona ha e kgone hore e attende dikolo kaofela ka nako e lengwe. That is why ha o le hore ho na le ntho e jwale o etsahetse, ntho e re e etsang kore re kenya in our 10-year plan, hoba ha o tlo etsa project e seyo on the 10-year plan, you find an audit finding ha auditor general a tla hore o etsa project but ha ke bone anywhere di planning tsa hao. Ke ka ho re sa kgoneng hore ha skolo se tshile kapa admin tshile re attende ka yona nako eo, hoba re se re entse di-plan tsa lemo seo le tsa lemo se latelang. So ka mantswe a mang re etsa dilemo tse 3 di-plan tsa rona tse ile horeng ke tseo re di fuweng ke district, and then dikolo ho tsena tse ile horeng di unplanned ke tsena tsa unplanned maintenance tse ile horeng re di etsa dikolong ha re fumana dikopo ho tswa dikolong, ke tseo tse re di attendang jwalo without planning them, because unplanned maintenance ha e bolele hore ke sekolo sena le sena se tlo di attend, re attenda as per request. So ke ka ho re sa kgoneng hore we will attend request e we kentseng ya mosebetsi o moholo o batlang hore ho etswe di-plan ka ona. So the unplanned maintenance ke tsona fela tse re kgonang ho di etsa ka ntle ho plan, because di wela under maintenance budget ya rona le horeng we don't have to have tsona di le listing. Ha di feta a certain amount, then we have to now put them on the plan ya rona before we can attend them. Re ka se di attend fela because there's a need, and then re tshwanetse re tlohele dintho tse re itse re tlo di etsa and then re attend tseo. So ke arabile ka kgola dipotso tse 2 or tse 3 ka eo. Jwale enngwe ya dikolo tse ntjha re nang le mathata ka yona ke hore before re aha sekolo re tshwanetse re fumane lefatshe, and lefatshe lena ke la dimasepala, ha se ka mehla mo dimasepala di re fang lefatshe. Jwale dimasepala ka hara Freistata kaofela bongata ba tsona ba re thusa hore fa lefatshe ba re donatele lona hore re ahe sekolo mo e le horeng ho identifyilwe sebaka seo e le sebaka sa sekolo. Jwale mathata re na le ona ke hore ka hara Mangaung ha re fumane lefatshe leo ka nako e re le batlang. Jwale before re aha sekolo council e tshwantse e etse what we call council resolution hore ba re fe permission ya hore ka ha sekolo lefatsheng la bona le ile reng ho ya ka plan ya bona le identifyilwe for a school. Now sekolo se sa Caleb Motshabi re a tseba hore hona le primary school ya bobedi re batla ngwe aha ka baka la Tshubitlhalla, but ha re kgone fumana lefatshe le ile reng le tla ba suitable for ha sekolo. And then ka moramo lefatshe leo le before re ka qala ho etsa di plan tsa rona re tshwantse re fumane council resolution mo ile re masipala e re fa permission ya hore re ka tswella pele ka hore re etse di plan tsa ho aha sekolo mo qetellong ho tse ding tsa mafatshe a re a fumaneng masipala o la tshwanela hore ba re rekisetsa lefatshe nqeng e nngwe mo ile hore ba fila hore jwale rona ka education jwale ka masipala ba fila hore lefatshe lena re tshwantse re le reke, so ke ona a mang a mathata ha o qala dikolo tse ntjha lefatshe ha le available jwale ka ha re le batla. And hape ho bohlokwa hore sekolo se be sebakeng se ile hore se tlotla se thusa bana hore ba ske ba tsamaya nako e telele kapa maeto a malelele hore ba ske ba hloka ntho ene re bitsang learner transport. Ya ntate Sebolao ya legae Ntate Sebolao ke a o tshepisa hore re tla romela inspector tsa rona ho etsa assessment eno ya conversion ya sekolo mo e leng e convertetswe ho tswa primary school ho ba a commercial high school. So ke tla romela di inspector tsa ka hore ba tlo etsa assessment eo, and then ke tla khutlela ho wena ha ke sa khutlele ho wena wa tseba o tshwantse o etseng. Mme wa Philippolis ka contractor eo ileng sekolong sa hao ke utla sekolo hantle mara ke utlwe o re fane ya hao ke Mvubu ke tseba ntate Mvubu Philippolis ha ebe ka lebitso la strateng ba mitsa Nyamazana ha ebe ke ntate kapa wena le yena ra le leta gore ke kopa o re ntate Nyamazana a mfounele ke tseba o thusa ka bothata bo ba hao ba contractor eo a dutseng siteng a sebetsang a tswa a kena. Di inspector tsa rona tsa Garipi di tla attenda bothata bo ra ikisa le rona ha ebe ona le bothata. Ho bile le question ya hore na di councilor a rona di involved jwang di projecteng tsa rona batswadi ke entse ka bomo ke ska ka bua taba ya di councilor hobane ha se di councilor kaofela ba ile reng ha re ba kenya di projecteng tsa rona ba etsa mosebetsi o tswileng matsoho hangata ba re khosetsa mathata di councilor. Jwale ha o qala o involve councilor projecting ya Department of Education le councilor le tla le ntho tse ding tse re sa di batleng di projecteng hoba jwale e etsa project e be political hoba jwale ho te ke le councilor la party e itseng jwale di party tse ding le tsona di atla jwale hoba le dintwa tse re sa kgoneng ho di thiba hoba rona ha re di politician re basebeletsi ba mmuso ba ile reng ba beilwe mono ho tlo etsa bonnete ba hore bana ba fumana seo ba se tshepisitsweng. Jwale ha se di councilor kaofela tse re thusang hore re laole setjhaba hore batho ba kgone ho utlwisisa hore seo re se tletseng mono ko o tlo fana ka moaho for bana ba sekolo. Jwale ba bang di councilor ba bua nnete ba re sokodisa but bonneteng tokomane ya rona ya project steering committee ha hona mo e mentionang le councilor teng empa jwale ka ha o kena ka hara ward ya le councilor re etsa mosebetsi o tsebisa councilor e le taba ya hore re batla ho hlompha monga sebaka a tsebe hore ho etsahalang ka hara ward ya hae. Jwale ha re kene fela re be re sa motsebise hore hona le project e tjena e tlang ho etsahala, and then a kene a thuse mo a thusetsang teng jwale ka monga sebaka fela. Ntho e re sa e batleng ke hore ma councilor ba ska ba etsa ntho ena e mona ba e tlwaetseng ya hore etsa ba hore qetella ba etsa maqulwana jwale ka hara project e be re fumana mathata ha re sa etsa mosebetsi o re o tletseng mono jwale se re lwantshana le ntho tse ding tse ka thoko ho tseo re di tletseng ho tlisa project ka hara sekolo. Mare jwale ka ketso ya o hlompha re a tsebisa makhanselara hore ha re tlile wateng ya hao hona le projeke e tjena ya sekolo e tlang ho etsahala hore ba re thuse mo ma re thusang teng ka ho kopana le setjhaba le hore setjhaba se tsebe hore project e teng empa the honorable MEC wa rona ho tloa hona tjena o itse di project ha di tla di wateng e tla ba yena a tlotla a etsa fudua hore ho hirwe batho because jwale batho bona ba esenya ba bang batla le di family tsa bona ho etsuwa meferefere mengata fela e lo reng qetellong ha e tswellisi project e pele ye nngwe ntate a buileng ya di project hore re tlisa batho ba Limpopo ke taba e thata batswadi really ma Freestata le rona re rata hore kare di project tsa rona tsa Freestata di etsuwe ke bo ra kontraka ba Freestata empa re ntse re sebetsana le metjha ya ho bona hore na re ka thusa jwang bo rakgwebo ba rona ba Freestata hore le bona ebe bona ba tlang ho aha dikolo le ho maintaina dikolo tsa rona ka hara Freestata fela se ke batlang hore ke le tsebise sona ke hore molao wa South Africa ha o dumele hore re project ena re tlo e fa batho ba Freestata fela procurement ha e geographical procurement is a procurement of the country South Africa jwale re ka se retse project re be re ngola fela hore mona re batla batho ba Freestata fela ka ntle le ha ile hore re etsa ntwena e bitswang ho ruta le ho rupella bo rakgwebo ba rona ba banyane ka ntwena e bitswang contractor development program ke teng mo ka reng hore o batla fela batho ba Freestata empa ha o etsa di project tsena tse kgolo o ka se ngolo hore wena you only want batho ba Freestata fela hoba eo e tla re kenya le kgotlella dinyewe hoba ha ona molao wa South Africa o reng procurement ya hao e tla ba fela provinceng ya hao ba jwale ho ka ba le dintwa tse ding tse sa tlo kgona ho emisiwa ha ebe re ka etsa dintho ka ntle le ho ba ntwena e bitswang transparent le bo fair jwale ke a kgola hore ra utlwana batswadi thank you okay tse ding ka di atletisha
ke a leboha modulasetulo ke nahana ke tla araba dipotso ka tsela e potlakileng safety plan ha e etswe ke matitjhere fela re trainile dikolo safety plan e etswa ke committee ya safety ka hara sekolo and committee ya safety ka hara dikolo ke matitjhere ke di members tsa SGB ke di NGO tse thusang ka safety or anything related tse teng within the community maponesa a teng ka moo le di department tse different tsa mmuso so it can be a plan e tswang ke matitjhere fela e sa kenya batho bana therefore because leponesa le teng ka moo must advise the same way hore e kenye ibe in line le taba ya station commander. Each school in the province has what we call adopt a cop who must be part of that committee. Security ko Pelesir hostel re notile ntate taba ya hao re lakatsa hore di hostel tsa rona kaofela di bane le ma security jalo ka ha Mentlabeso a buile bothata hona jwale e santsane e le maemo a rona a ditšhelete hore re kgone hore hostel e nngwe le nngwe e bane le ma security training. I know for a fact hore Motheo is one of the districts in more planning than any other district, especially Botshabelo le Thabanchu. That I know for a fact. The problem in terms of implementation ko hore di principal ha di hold but ba ileng di training accountable hore ba cascade information so that the members of the committee they are and then they are able to work on issues tsa safety. Attack on educators ki buile hore taba ya school safety as taba ya department fela Matishere a rona ke responsibility ya rona jwalo ka department le batswadi hore re ba hlokomele. Hobane ha ba thekwe ke bana fela le batswadi ba kena ka hara dikolo ba fihle ba attack matishere. So safety is a community thing, therefore e ba responsibility ya rona kaofela hore re etse sure ya hore bana ba rona ba discipline dikolong. But ntho engwe ke buileng ko hore re tloela di case tsena di le nyane bana bano ba etsang jwalo re ba tloetse dikolong ha re sebedise di code of conduct so that ho bana le di consequences tsa di action tse ba di etsang. Di code of conduct tse re nang le tsona re di etsa fela for compliance ha re di implement. Searches and seizures, procedure ko hore if principal o na le tokelo ya hore a ka searcha ha suspect, because bana le mekgwa e ba behavang ka yona ha ba thotse di drugs. On that suspicion wa kgona hore classing eo a ya romele motho kapa a yo searcha. Alternatively, re na le formal area developing in the province hore if iskolo se batla hore maponesa ebe ona a thusang a tlang le dintja and everything ga apply so that ba kgone ho tla ka ga dikolo ba re thuse ka search and seizure. Committee ya safety e santse be yona e leader ntweo e assistant hore ntweo e etsahale. Issue ya Caleb Mtshabi le bana ba crossang road tsela so that ha re bane le di dikotsi tse ngata. I would advise hore kapa re tla sekolong re kgone ho thusa hore at least re thole di scholar patrol ba kgone ho controller traffic hore ha bana ba move mo re ba thuse. Il discipline le referral. Kitse one of the things I can present mo, one of the things a non-negotiable ko hore skolo santse se bane le referral system e sebetsang. Bana bano hona le committee ka hara dikolo e bitswang SBST. Ba tshwantse ba ye moo ba kgone hore ba thole thuso ba thuso ka behavior eo ya bona ke batho ba specializing on that, the social worker and many other people. Issue ya gangsterism, I don't think in any question that una ha batla hale, but I can only safely say re launchitse steering committee sa sekete hore re tshwarisane re kgone ho dila le issue ya dikolo tsena, especially dikolo tse around police station ya Kagisanong ke mo rena le problem ya gangsterism and hangata re etsa di operation le maponesa hore re dilane le ntweo. But I think we will sit down in the steering committee re kgone hore problem eo re address ka lebo.
Bomme le bontate ke nana re tla bitsetsa ntate Tladi tse e leng hore ha dia kgona ho arabelwa. Ntate Tladi o tla di tshwara tse ding jalo ka ke hlalositse ke taba tsa hore le re hlaba malotsana. It's inputs like for instance ya Bloemfontein o tshno rekle re lo thusetsa Bloemfontein re thuse batswadi because batswadi ba over sustain di beheer liggaam. A beheer liggaam e batla discipline die ouers is altyd teen daai beheer liggaam. So ons het die uitnodiging aanvaar. Re tla ta Bloemfontein. So ndare Tladi ke nana hore ro fetso anandate.
Thank you Ndate Mkhoba. E re ke adjust mic ya kere la utlwisisa. Ke Ndate Mkhoba ntsa ile mona. Samuel. Batswadi e re ke ananele boteng ba letona la rona Dr. Maboya le batsamaisi kaofela from the district and the head office le makgotla a rona dikolo. Ke tla ba monyane haholo fela. Just to also ho leboha hore boteng ba lona up to now ntse le dutse le mametse seo se bontsha MEC le rona kaofela hore ke nnete hore le na le thahasello e hodimo ya hore le tlo fetola maemo a thuto ka ra Free State. We really appreciate your presence up to now, and it shows and demonstrates your commitment towards making our education, our schools, safe and stable institutions. Most of the inputs here, I think the responses have been given. I want to start with the one of excess educators. With respect to the role of the school governing bodies, MEC also touched on it. The main request that the MEC was making, and that we are making today, is that as and when educators are declared additional or in excess at a school, the SGB must assist the process of releasing that educator or accepting the educator. Because as per the collective agreement and all other policies, it is only through the recommendation of the SGB that the HOD can then transfer the educator to an identified school or institution. However, if there is no progress or movement, Employment of Educators Act gives the gives the HOD the powers to transfer the educator to a school where is an existing post, additional educator. So re kopa fela hore ha re tla tabeng ya di-access, makgotla a dikolo re thuseng hore ha e qala process e sentse e qadile hona tjena, circuit manager ba teng ba tla e hlalosa hantle, bo principal how to teacher re tla di tshwantse atle ha re mo amoheleng hobane go na le lebaka la hore a tle sekolong seo sa rona seo. How to teach re tla di tshwantse a tsamaye ha re mo releaseng a kgone ho tsamaya, so that re ska ra ema ka pela process eo like MEC ana hlalosa. Ha re bua tjena re na le di-access tse 880 ka hara Freistata, mme tjhelete eo kaofela e di-access di re costang yone ke more than 290 million rand. Tjhelete eo kaofela eo ke yona e re tla e sebedisa hore re kgone ho hira di-admin clerk ka dikolong, jwalo ka ntse le lla ka le batla di-admin clerk, le batla di-security guard. Mme Ntlabeso o bontshitse ka presentation ya hae hore government ha e sa na tjhelete e ne re e senyekgenyege. There's a lot of money and everything, ha o na le bothata fela hore government e tla solve a problem, ha e sa le yo. Ha na re presentela mona hore re na le mathata a tjhelete, mme re tshwantse tjhelete e re fumanang re sebedise ka tsela e leng hore e tla re isa pele. MEC also explained the issue of transfer payments. All the payments that goes into the school, let us use them efficiently in a cost-effective way, because the department or government is not in a position to provide money endlessly because of the fiscal state where South Africa finds itself. We will go to fiscal consolidation. Fiscal consolidation is nothing else but to balance between revenue and expenditure, and also to ensure that there's fiscal sustainability. Simple. So my emo a South Africa e leng ka hara ona onachi ko etsa bonnete ba hore country ya rona ha e tlo ba le what we call overheating ya economy. E tla le dela ho ba le bo inflation because re sa manager budget ya rona hantle. That is where we are. The issue ya hore what is going to happen going forward? Re tlo ba le di workshop tse leng hore di tla kgona hore di rupelle le ho feta mona, as Ntate Mokgobo was also saying. Workshop tsa rona re tlo etsa plan, and the plan e tla to all the circuits and the districts, all the circuits. Training ya rona e tla ba on the Bella Bill or Bella Act. Training ya rona will also focus on school safety. It will also focus on inclusive education. Issues tse MEC na bua ka tsona, tse ntse bua ka tsona tsa bo SIAS, tsa bo school based support team rona e sebetsa jwang. It will also focus on infrastructure. Ko re tlo tswa letsholo and do the training intensively so that we empower you as a board of directors, as MEC calls you. MEC's speech was very clear. She spoke about the vision for the next 5 years of her political term, and she called on all of you to join her as the newly elected SGBs in these 3 years. She told us about the Government of National Unity priorities, and also the Department of Basic Education priorities. Lastly, presentation ya rona ya exams is very important. Re a di exameng, ra tseba hore Free State ke number 1 ka grade 12. Emiso tlhalositse hare department ya grade 12 re nka all from grade R. Empa neng re a di exameng, ha re lo thusang bana, ha re lo thusang dikolo tsa rona, ha re tseng boshoba hore province ya rona hape ha hore January next year ra ipabala re hodimo kwana re number 1, because we know why it is important for the Free State as a poor province to perform so well, because education is it's an equalizer. It transforms the lives of our people from poverty to a better life. That is why holding important in the Free State. Re tshwarane ka matsoho, re tsebe bonnete ba hore re ba number 1 hape as a province, but in all the grades from grade 1. Ha re supporteng dikolo ka di-campe, ha re bitswa ke bo principal, let's work together. Let's reduce the fighting. Let's eliminate the fighting. Let's focus on the core business, which is the teaching and learning of our children. Come on, sorry, le buile haholo, re tla kopana hape. Thank you.
Re lo buile haholo ntate Tladi. Bomme le bontate re tlo sebetsa tjena. Re le ra ba le bothata morao mana ka batho ba e leng hore jwale bana ba se ba re sa tsebe ka re bana ba se ba tsewa taolong. Ke ka ho le boneng hore jwale re tlisitse dintho tsena mona, ne re sa nyatse, ne re itse re di tlose bathong bane jwale bane ba se ba lwana ka ntle ka mana. Re tlo etsa ka tsela ke ena. Ntate Kanedi.
Kgotsong bomme le bontate. Ke a leboha ka bokgutshwanyane fela ntate Mokgobo. Re tlo kopa hore re na le 7 point tse 3. So jwalo ka bomme ba le haufinyana le matine na le bontate. Ha re qeta mona o sotswa le mona fela o nka dijo tsa hao. Jwalo fela le ka mona and then le morao mane. Ke kopa re se ke ra sututsana dingata dijo tsena dingata di no fela. Re be le pelo. Ke a leboha ntate Mokgobo.
Ka o tsho jwalo bomme le bontate, re kopa meeting o so tswile le aba se ba itswile jwale ha re fepele le tona ba tswe mona le moifo a re le wila holo le ka osane nka o tswe mono ha re emeng hantle mono ha o tswa.